So, you already have the divorce papers ready? Are you trying to scare me? You know I'm ready for this anytime. I told my husband, Jackson. He got up and went to his room. My name is Kamama, and I'm a 28-year-old office worker. I married Jackson a year ago. We met on a blind date and dated for a year and a half before he proposed. Even though I felt we might be getting married too soon, I accepted because I wanted to be married and have kids before turning 30. However, I later realized I should have been more careful. The first surprise came right after our wedding when Jackson suddenly decided to change his job. When I asked him why, he said he couldn't reach his full potential at his old job. He had already quit and would leave at the end of the month. Though he got a new job, his salary was lower than before. I didn't mind at first since I was also working, but then Jackson began asking me to quit my job. I would have been okay with quitting if he earned enough to support us both, but with his salary being lower, we couldn't manage on his income alone. We had rent, car payments, and other expenses to cover. Jackson promised his salary would increase soon, but we didn't know when. I told him I wouldn't quit until his income went up. He agreed but kept bringing it up. A year has passed, and his salary hasn't increased yet. He keeps asking, when are you going to quit? I'm tempted to joke and say now, but then tell him I'm kidding, because I can't afford to leave my job yet. If he wants me to quit so badly, he should focus on earning more. After some thought, I realized why Jackson was so insistent. He wanted me to quit so I could take care of his mother, Helen. Whenever we visited his parents, Jackson would say to her, I just want to make things easier for you, Mom. Helen would thank him, and Jackson would look at me, hinting that I should quit my job. He claims his mother needs help, but Helen is perfectly healthy. She works part-time, enjoys her hobbies, and has a very active life. She doesn't need my help at all. If I were in Helen's shoes, I'd feel upset being seen as someone who needs care when I'm perfectly capable. But Jackson kept insisting that I take care of her. If only one of us were home during the day, we could check on Mom every day, Jackson said. It became clear he wanted me to visit his parents' house daily, and that idea was exhausting. I asked him, Helen is perfectly healthy, so what exactly do you expect me to do? Jackson answered, there's plenty you could do, housework, running errands, and more. I pointed out that Helen works part-time and spends time with her friends, so she's not even home much. Jackson responded, even if she's not home, you could still do the housework, right? I was baffled. Was I supposed to be her maid? Jackson seemed overly concerned with impressing his parents. If he cared so much, why didn't he handle the household chores himself? I wasn't going to indulge his pride, so I kept working and avoided visiting his parents on my days off. However, I did visit them during holidays. When we went to his parents' house together, Jackson often assigned me tasks, cleaning, helping his mom, or running to the store, but I never did them. When he asked me to go to the store, I'd say, don't you know more about this area than I do? He would respond, it wouldn't make sense if I did it. It seemed like Jackson just wanted to control me and feel good about caring for his parents. Over time, I started to view him this way. One day, I boldly asked him, why don't you pitch in or quit your job to take care of your own mother? He looked uncomfortable and disgusted. That's not my job, he said. I'm giving you these tasks so my mom will think you're a considerate wife. You should appreciate how kind I am to you. In other words, Jackson wanted to dump all the hard work on me while showing off as a good son, but I'm not his servant, and I don't deserve to be treated poorly in front of my in-laws. If he kept making unreasonable demands, I knew I wouldn't stay silent. I'd stand up for myself. But even after discussing it with him, Jackson didn't change. He kept asking if I would quit my job and continued ordering me around when we visited his parents. I finally decided it was time to have a serious talk with him. Seriously, I think we need to talk about our future, I said. Jackson sounded annoyed as he replied, what are you even trying to say? I'm fed up. I'm tired of you always asking me when I'll quit my job and pushing me to take care of Helen. I explained. Why are you upset about that? You're my wife, and it's your duty to care for your husband's parents, Jackson replied. Don't you think that's a huge responsibility? Shouldn't you, as their actual child, be responsible for helping with housework and taking care of your own parents first? I asked. No way. It's the wife's duty. Don't you care about family? I'm really disappointed in you, Jackson said. Okay, then let me ask, how have you been taking care of my parents? If I asked you to care for them, would you do it? I questioned. Jackson looked at me blankly. What are you talking about? Why should a husband take care of his wife's parents? So, you're saying you won't take care of my parents now or ever? I pressed. Husband's parents and wife's parents are completely different, Jackson responded. What difference does that make? I don't get it, I said, frustrated. I didn't realize you were so clueless. It's like talking to my old boss, I continued. What are you saying? Jackson asked, confused. I'm saying the husband's parents should come first. You should also take care of your wife's parents, I clarified. What? So you only prioritize your own family? I'm disappointed in you. I won't visit your parents anymore, I stated. Huh, why would you do that? Enough is enough. I'm the one who wants you to stop this nonsense, I retorted. No way, how dare you talk back like that? My mom is right, Jackson shot back. Huh, your mom was talking about you. She said you're a badly behaved wife, that's why she gave me this, Jackson said, pulling out a piece of paper from his bag. It was divorce papers. What? You already had divorce papers ready? I was shocked. Jackson seemed proud. See? I scared you, didn't I? I'm ready for this anytime. Think about what you just said, Jackson declared smugly, before heading to his room. I couldn't believe how selfish Jackson was. The way he looked so proud with those divorce papers was clear, he was using them to control me and make me obey. And the fact that Helen was involved made me even more suspicious. It felt like Jackson was just following his mom's orders. I wasn't going to let him control me. Jackson had already completed the divorce papers and even had witnesses, including Helen and his friends. It meant I could sign and file them whenever I wanted. The next day, after Jackson left for work, I filled out the divorce papers and submitted them to the city office, just to be safe. I also filed a notice to prevent Jackson from submitting the marriage certificate without my consent. I called my parents and told them everything, knowing Jackson might try to file it on his own. My parents were shocked that I had already prepared the divorce papers but supported my decision. They were outraged by Jackson's behavior and offered to help me move out immediately. I took a leave from work, and while Jackson was away, my parents helped me move my things to their house. I decided to stay with them for a while, and for the first time in a long time, I felt truly comfortable and at peace. Looking back, Jackson never did his share of the housework. I was the one cooking dinner after long workdays and doing all the cleaning and laundry on my days off. On top of that, he expected me to care for his parents, which was too much. That night, Jackson called me, likely just getting home from work. Hello? Where are you? He asked. I'm at my parents' house, I replied. Why would you go there without my permission? And where's all your stuff? Don't tell me you're staying the night. I almost laughed. He didn't realize I had taken most of my belongings. His selfishness was obvious. I'm not coming back, I said firmly. What are you talking about? Come back here and make me some food. Make it yourself, I replied and ended the call. I couldn't talk about the divorce if he kept acting this way, so I decided to wait for him to come to my parents' house and blocked his number. A week later, Jackson showed up at my parents' house with his parents. They all looked serious. I led them into the living room, and we faced each other, 3 against 3. How could you do this? How could you leave without my permission? Jackson demanded. You were treating me like a housekeeper, I replied. All I asked was for you to take care of your family. Jackson countered. That's not true. What kind of wife are you if you don't take care of Jackson? Helen, his mother, shot me an angry look. My father was shaking with anger, but I spoke up. Jackson told me to quit my job and take care of Helen, saying it was my duty as his wife. But when it comes to my family, he expects me to handle everything alone. Jackson just wants to control me and uses me to care for his parents while taking credit for it. He prioritizes them over me. Helen glared, but Jackson's father, Carter, seemed confused. It was clear he hadn't heard this before. Let's clear the air, Jackson said, bringing up the divorce papers and claiming it was Helen's idea. Why would you suggest that? Carter asked, surprised. Oh no, it's because Kamama has an attitude problem, Helen stammered. And did you really say my parents don't matter? I pressed. Well, it's only natural for your own parents to come first, Helen responded defensively. Don't be ridiculous, I replied. Carter, Jackson's father, spoke up. I came here to support you after hearing about the unfair treatment Camila endured, but now it seems you're the one at fault. Don't hide behind your parents' authority to get your way. Carter's words made Jackson visibly shrink in his seat. Carter then apologized to me and my parents. I'm truly sorry for the trouble caused by my foolish son. I will have a serious talk with him. You're not to blame, Carter, so please don't apologize, I replied. Thank you for your kind words, but there's something else I need to say, I continued, turning to Jackson, who looked nervous. The divorce papers you gave me, I've already filed them. We're no longer married. Jackson and Helen both turned pale. Why did you file them without my permission? Jackson asked, shocked. You told me I could file them whenever I wanted. Besides, you had already filled out your part and had Helen sign as a witness, I calmly explained. Jackson stammered, at a loss for words. Furious, Carter intervened. Jackson, you used divorce as a threat. He slapped Jackson across the face. Helen was visibly shaken. I deeply apologize that you had to witness this. You were right to divorce this fool. On behalf of Jackson, I'm truly sorry for ruining your marriage, Carter said, grabbing Jackson by the collar and demanding apologies from both Jackson and Helen before escorting them out. Later, I thanked Carter for his intervention. He made sure all of Jackson's assets and property were transferred to me without any issues. Despite my higher income and managing the household, it was a relief to secure everything from our marriage. I later learned that Carter had divorced Helen, clearly disgusted with her behavior. A colleague from Jackson's old job also shared some surprising news. Jackson wasn't performing well at work and often received harsh criticism from his boss. In defiance, Jackson resigned and changed jobs, which explained his lower salary. Instead of taking responsibility, he blamed others, just another reason I was glad to have left him. I've since rented a cozy apartment and enjoy living on my own. Work is going well, and I recently got a raise. Right now, I'm not interested in relationships and prefer focusing on my career. Jackson always cared more about appearances than actual abilities, keeping up a facade at home while failing professionally. Many men use divorce threats as a way to control their wives, thinking they have power, but they're wrong. I hope they realize their mistakes and find happiness on their own. Meanwhile, I'm grateful to have moved on from Jackson and look forward to meeting someone special in the future.
Leela, hang on! Mike shouted. It was the last thing she remembered from that terrible accident. At the time, she was a hopeful fourth-year student and expecting a child. A massive traffic accident on the bridge 10 years ago took the lives of 7 people, including Leela's unborn child. She was saved by doctors who fought for her life for 5 hours. Well, you held up well, an elderly doctor said, sitting on a chair near Leela's bed. You will live, but you might not have any more children due to the extensive damage. Everything will heal, but the question is how. Nevertheless, you're very lucky. I think fate should give you a special lottery ticket for such a bad accident. The day was etched in Leela's memory forever. The doctor's words came true. Years later, she became the wife of a businessman. People often say that it is wives who shape their husbands into who they are. These women are admired, but few consider the cost of becoming the partners of successful men. Rising from the bottom is not an easy path, as it requires sacrificing the quiet life. Leela went through the same experience. She dropped out of her college against the protests of the teachers and immersed herself in her husband's business. Mike was building a small business for the production of furniture. Why are you sacrificing your life and career? Leela's friends asked. What's the point of putting all your eggs in one basket? How is Mike better than you? You're on track to graduate with honours. Let him think about providing for you while you continue to study. I understand all your concerns and arguments, girls, Leela reassured her worried friends. It was his idea to start the furniture company, so I have to compromise. What if he becomes rich and leaves you, like most successful men do? Her friends insisted. Oh, come on. He loves me and would never do that, Leela replied with a smile, already thinking about the delicious meal she would cook for her beloved Mike. Seeing that Leela didn't need their advice, her friends washed their hands of the situation and anxiously watched as she sacrificed her life for a man. Even Leela's parents were unhappy with her decision. Her father, in particular, wanted to see his daughter independent and successful. However, Leela was too happy and inspired by her husband's dream to take seriously the concerns of her loved ones. As for Mike, he didn't care about the disapproving glances from Leela's acquaintances at all. He was totally immersed in his business. At first, he and his friend designed and assembled furniture in his garage. Slowly, they gained customers. Throughout it all, Leela was by his side, creating the real environment for creativity and career growth. Leela guided her husband through the challenges, set up partnerships, and built a client base. She was the driving force behind the rapidly growing furniture company, which could compete with major manufacturers within a couple of years. Customers trusted the quality of their products, and the range of furniture fulfilled every taste and budget, pleasing those with limited income. However, there was one thing that marred their otherwise blissful life: the absence of children. "Your tests are normal, and there are no issues on your side," the doctor said at the next appointment. "It seems to be a psychological problem." "Why can't I get pregnant?" Leela asked. "It's all in your head," replied the doctor. "When you're calm and content, anything is possible." "But I am calm and I am content." Leela took offence at the doctor's words. "Are you sure?" the doctor asked quietly. She remained silent. Deep down, she knew the doctor was right. After all, she had worked as a women's doctor for decades and had learned to understand the psychology of his patients. "Well, what did the doctor say? When are you going to give us grandchildren? Your father is ill. Who knows how long he has left? He'd like to spend some time with his grandchildren before he dies." "Mum, don't say that," Leela reassured her. "Daddy will be all right, and I'll have time to give birth. You'll get the chance to complain about my kids' naughty behaviour." "Oh, I wish I could see the babies soon," sighed the mother. Leela's father died 3 months after that conversation. Grief-stricken, the mother didn't live a year after his death. So Leela was left alone, and apart from Mike, there were no other relatives. She sold her parents' apartment to invest the money in her husband's business. As the number of customers grew, the company's capacity needed to be increased. All possible loans had already been taken, and the banks were no longer willing to take the risk and provide the large loan Mike had hoped for. And then they faced an even bigger financial problem. "I told you not to buy those bonds. It was too suspicious," said Leela, when Mike complained about losing the money he had invested. "Well, a blind man could see it was a scam. Why didn't you listen to me?" "Oh, are you the only one who's so smart here?" exclaimed the husband. "I'm the owner of the company, and I decide where to invest." "I thought we were both the owners," Leela said, surprised. "But that's not the point now. We have to save money. Where's the rest of the money you withdrew?" "I invested in cryptocurrency. A colleague advised me," Mike replied. "You're crazy," Leela clutched her head. "It's dangerous to trust anyone. But why didn't you tell me what was going on?" "Calm down, eh?" Mike waved his hand and went to work. From that day on, their relationship began to strain. Or maybe they had been like that before. But Leela, immersed in the care of her husband and his worries, did not notice it. "Is this Leela?" A confident male voice interrupted her troubled thoughts. "This is your father's lawyer calling, Mr. Marshall. May I see you? It's about your inheritance." "Yes." Leela was surprised by the strange call, for she had received the inheritance from her parents 6 months ago. "Let's meet in an hour at the Cherry Cafe." Leela sat at a table in a familiar place from her childhood, where she used to go with her parents as a little girl. An elderly man in an austere suit and a leather briefcase in his hands approached her. "Are you Leela?" he asked. "But that's an unnecessary question. You look so much like your daddy." "Have you known my father?" Leela wondered. "Like the back of my hand," smiled the lawyer. "He trusted me completely. I'm retiring now, but I have one more thing to complete. To discuss your father's will with you." "Haven't I got everything?" she wondered. "No, since I am here now," replied Mr. Marshall. "Your father managed his money, which he accumulated by playing the stock market, quite cleverly. He knew that in a fit of emotion you would give everything to your husband. And your father didn't trust Mike, as you know. He predicted that you'd be left with nothing, no means of livelihood, no parents' apartment. And the apartment has already been sold, right?" "Yes," Leela said, dumbfounded. She was shocked that her dad had thought it out all so carefully, and even after his death wanted to help his daughter. "Here is the account that is yours alone. You can only spend this money on yourself or your own company, which will be registered in your name only. I was appointed by your father to oversee the spending of the money, and believe me, not a single dime will be spent on your husband and his business." "But this furniture firm is our family business," Leela exclaimed. "How can I spend the money only on myself?" "You should," smiled Mr. Marshall. "You'll understand someday. As far as I know, the firm was registered under Mike, and it was before your wedding." "Why?" "I trusted him," answered Leela stubbornly. "But your father didn't," said the lawyer gently. "Here's a bank card. According to your father's will, you'll be receiving a certain amount of money on it every month. It's the interest that's accrued from the deposit, so that you don't have to depend on your spouse. And this is the amount of money in the main account," said the lawyer, who wrote down a sum with many zeros. When Leah saw the amount of money her father had left her, she was confused. "Well, how? How could he earn so much? It's impossible. He and Mum lived an ordinary life," she exclaimed, splashing her hands in frustration. "Who do you think you got your talent for finances from? Plus, he had a faithful and pragmatic friend like me," Mr. Marshall smiled. "Thank you," Leela said, hugging the elderly man like a father. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried. "I miss him and Mum so much." "Me too, my girl, me too," the lawyer replied, bidding farewell and heading home. Leela flew home as if on wings. She wanted to share the news of her newfound wealth with her husband. However, to her surprise, he didn't seem enthusiastic. "Your money is none of my concern," her husband replied dryly. "This lawyer and your daddy, they thought me worthless. He didn't show me any respect. He sat on the money, while I and you were bumping like a fly in the closed window. Good idea, father." "Don't talk about my father like that," Leela reassured him. "My parents have helped us a lot. I gave my all to your dream, and we made it. Now you have your own company. What else can you dream of?" "Who asked you to give your all to our business?" Mike suddenly retorted, causing Leela's eyes to well up with resentment. "I have a dream, a son and a daughter, which you can't give me." The last statement struck Leela deeply, as if a red-hot knife had pierced her heart. She hadn't expected such cruelty from her husband. "But you know I can't have children because of that accident. And you had something to do with it as well, don't you remember? It was a miracle that you got away with it. They blamed the truck driver." "What's done is done," Mike replied, preparing to leave. "Where are you going? It's evening," Leela asked. "I'm going to the office. I have too much work to do, because I don't have a rich father who could give me money," Mike replied curtly, slamming the door behind him. Apparently, he couldn't forgive his wife for not being able to provide him with access to the money. As the evening grew late, Mike still hadn't returned home. Panic started to set in the woman's soul, but then Leela heard the key turn in the lock, and Mike entered the hallway. He was tipsy something he had never allowed himself to do before on a weeknight. "Where have you been for so long?" Leela asked anxiously. "Where I've been, I'm not there anymore." Mike laughed drunkenly and went to sleep on the sofa without even taking off his shoes. Leela attributed Mike's behaviour to his upset about her father's inheritance and his lack of trust to Mike from the beginning. Therefore, she forgave this prank to her husband. As Leela undressed the sleeping Mike to put him to bed, she caught a subtle scent of women's perfume. Dismissing it as the scent of alcohol, she didn't pay much attention. "Mike, Mike," Leela sighed. "What a child you are," she said, stroking his head. "Courtney, my girl, Sonny, daughter." Mike mumbled incoherently in his sleep. Leela froze in surprise. "My poor Mike," she thought. "He's delirious about having children, and I can't give him any. He's already named his daughter Courtney in his dreams." And Leela wept bitterly, trying to stifle her sobs so as not to wake her drunk husband. In the morning, Mike was in high spirits, which couldn't be said for Leela. "Why are you so strange?" Mike asked, as if nothing had happened, while his wife prepared breakfast. "You look like you spent the entire night at a sports bar cheering for your favourite team." "If only," Leela replied sleepily. "Someone came home drunk from work last night. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?" "Why can't I have a drink with an old friend? We haven't seen each other in a long time," Mike retorted, taking offence. "A friend?" Leela inquired. "Is this an interrogation?" Mike suddenly exploded, causing Leela to shudder in fright. "I'll eat at work. At least there's no interrogation." And with that Mike walked away, leaving Leela standing bewildered in the middle of the kitchen. In the afternoon, Leela decided to go to the store, which was not far from her husband's office. She wanted to please him with a sumptuous dinner and mend the rough edges that were appearing more frequently in their relationship. "Leela, it's good to see you." Carol, Mike's secretary, who had been with their company since its inception, rushed to meet her. "Hi, Carol." "Why don't you come in to see us?" Leela asked. "I think Mike won't be happy to see me," she said in a conspiratorial wink. Leela found Carol's words strange. "Why are you walking around in the middle of the working day? Did you go for gingerbread and coffee?" Leela joked. "No, I resigned from my job a couple of months ago," said Carol. "Why?" Leela stood in surprise. "Was the salary not satisfactory? We could raise it." "There's another reason. Let's just say it has a moral background," she answered evasively. "And who's in your place now? Mike didn't say anything. That's strange." "There's a new secretary. Her name is Courtney," Carol replied, blushing. "And I found another job. I'm getting used to it. I wanted to ask you, did you have a family celebration yesterday? I saw Mike buying a gorgeous bouquet of flowers and a huge teddy bear." "No, he was at work late last night and then came home drunk," Leela replied. "Are you sure?" Carol asked softly and, saying goodbye, went on her way. This strange conversation had gotten into Leela's soul and would not let her relax. Dinner was ready, but she was not as glad as she had been in the morning. Vague doubts tormented her. Leela was afraid to directly ask where her husband had been last night and with whom. What if her suspicions were groundless, and Carol was only seeking revenge on Mike for her dismissal? Dinner was on the table, but Mike still hadn't arrived. He showed up on the doorstep 2 hours later. Leela had to reheat the roast. She put on a smile to hide her worries. "Lots of work?" Leela asked sympathetically, helping her husband take off his jacket. Her nose detected the familiar scent of expensive French perfume. It was a woman's perfume. After inspecting his shirt for traces of lipstick and finding nothing, Leela calmed down, thinking that she was just overthinking things. "Yes, there's a lot of work," Mike said. "I was discussing the company's development strategy for next year. You know, I'm so tired. I'll grab a quick bite and go to bed. Okay." "But I've been preparing all day. I've been at the stove for 3 hours, Leela said, unable to keep her upset. Let's spend some time together like we used to. Remember? We'll sit, we'll talk, we'll laugh, we'll reminisce. Leela, I'm not desiring to laugh right now. Mike cut her off. We need to increase production, and that requires money. I told you, I'm tired. Can't you hear me? It's true what they say, women become dumb when they become housewives. Leela didn't expect such rudeness from her husband and decided not to continue the argument with him. Dinner passed in silence. The ticking clock seemed to measure the time until the end of the family dinner. Leela occasionally went into the kitchen to wipe away her tears. Soon Mike got up, thanked her for dinner, and left the dining room without even kissing her, as he usually did. Prickly suspicions began to take root in Leela's soul. Why did Carol stop visiting us? Why didn't my father trust Mike? Who was involved in Carol's dismissal? These questions swarmed in Leela's mind without answers. She was going to find out the whole truth, certainly. However, a few days later, she felt sick and weak. Her rare pulse and semi-fainting led her to a hospital bed. It's strange, the young doctor said to Leela. All your tests came back fine, but your condition is not good. It seems like you have symptoms of toxic poisoning and a heart attack combined. But the blood tests would show that, and they're perfect. I don't understand. Am I going to live? Leela asked quietly. You will, of course, but we need to know the reason for such a sudden fainting and weakness. What did you eat yesterday? Dr. Lithgow asked. Nothing much. A roast and a glass of red wine, replied Leela. I'm quite confused then. If you think I'm inexperienced, you can change your attending physician, the doctor said grimly. No, I'm fine with you. Perhaps it's the effects of an old injury from the accident, Leela assured the doctor. I don't think so, he said, but everything could be. I'll schedule an MRI and then we'll see. However, the MRI revealed no abnormalities in Leela. The doctors were at a loss, but they helped her recover. Leela was taken from the hospital by her friend. Mike didn't find time to assist his wife and didn't visit her during the 5 days she was undergoing examinations. This greatly offended Leela, and she decided to confirm whether her father was right about her husband. As she entered the house, she felt a sense of emptiness. The refrigerator was empty, and expensive champagne bottles were in the trash can. And what were you celebrating so cheerfully while I was in the hospital, dear husband? Leela asked aloud, facing Mike's picture on the mantelpiece. It's time to expose you. Just wait, hubby. You've never been intelligent, honey. Leela took a pen and a piece of paper, finally figuring out what she needed to do. Being skilled with technology, Leela had no trouble setting up a hidden camera in the niche of the fireplace, opposite the antique chest of drawers that her father had given her as a gift. She placed the important piece of paper in a folder, which she then hid in the top drawer of the dresser and locked with a key. She looked at the small silver key. Daddy, thank you for this gift. Leela mentally expressed her gratitude to her father. I think it will help me in this difficult situation. Now, I just have to wait for Mike. God give me strength. To make time pass more quickly, Leela decided to cook dinner for 2, within the limits of her health. While the courier delivered the groceries, she went to the bedroom to choose an outfit for dinner. She wanted to look her best. Leela applied her favourite cream to her face and neck, enjoying its pleasant fragrance. However, she encountered a problem. All her dresses hung on her like hangers. She had lost a significant amount of weight. Looking in the mirror, she saw her sunken cheeks, black eyes that aged her, and thinning, dull hair. Leela also didn't feel well. She was constantly thirsty, even after drinking all the water from the carafe in the kitchen. The groceries arrived quickly, but preparing dinner turned out to be a challenge. Leela had to take breaks frequently as her hands trembled with weakness, and she longed to lie down and rest. She remembered her beautiful pearl earrings and wanted to wear them, but they were not in their usual place. At that moment, the front door slammed open and Mike entered the kitchen. "Leela, are you home?" "Yeah, I'm here," she replied, coming out into the hallway. "Dinner is on the table. Wash your hands and join me." "How are you feeling? You don't look well." Mike looked at her as if seeing her for the first time. "I'm so-so," she replied. "Have you seen my pearl earrings? I can't find them. It's strange." "No," Mike replied briefly. During dinner, Leela told her husband, "Listen, something strange has been happening to me lately. I don't know how much time I have left to live." Leela noticed how intently her husband listened to her. "That's why I've made a will, but I have one condition." "What?" Mike exhaled. "The will is in my dresser. You must only open it after I pass away. Here's the key. Will you promise me?" Leela handed her husband the precious key. "Certainly," he answered quickly, but hesitating before adding, "Well, I hope that won't happen." The trap was set. Leela had opened it. If Mike discovered the will before the specified time, it would mean that all he wanted from her was money. Leela anxiously watched to see if Mike would approach the dresser. She had installed a special app on her phone. 3 days passed, but Mike didn't come near it. Leela began to feel a sense of relief. They resumed having dinners together, which helped calm her down. However, the mysterious illness resurfaced. Leela's condition deteriorated rapidly, and she was transported by ambulance back to the same hospital again. When Leela regained consciousness, Dr. Lithgow and an unfamiliar man were standing in front of her, engaged in a heated argument. "Oh, come on, Travis, what nonsense!" exclaimed Dr. Lithgow. "You're talking nonsense. You're a medic." "I've seen patients like her before," Travis whispered. "It's not good if you don't help them in time. Why don't I get her our granny, who was a talented herbalist?" "Oh, come on. Bring me more shaman. Let him dance with a tambourine arrangement. Maybe we can use witchcraft to get a new ultrasound machine at the same time," Dr. Lithgow snapped. "This is a hospital, not a forest village. So don't bother our granny. She's not young, and she has a high blood pressure." "Doctor," Leela whispered, "what shamans are you talking about?" "Oh, you're awake. That's good." Dr. Lithgow leaned over Leela and checked her pulse. "Your heart is racing. I don't understand anything." "My brother is joking. He's talking nonsense. Rest now, and I'll check on you later." And Leela was left alone in the room. This time, Mike had splurged and chosen the best ward for his wife, apparently to apologize for the last time when he had left Leela here alone. Between the procedures, she took out her phone and started watching the space where the dresser stood. She was afraid she would miss the moment when Mike opened the drawer. But nothing happened for a while, so Leela just observed her surroundings and thought she was wrong in her suspicions. However, her patience was rewarded. Leela clearly saw Mike walk over to the dresser and take the key out of his jacket. Suddenly, he looked around and smiled, welcoming, as if he had seen something beautiful. A young woman with Leela's pearl earrings in her ears approached him. "How could you?" Leela exclaimed, and her heart clenched. Her cry was not heard by the person it was intended for, but she heard perfectly what they were saying. "Courtney, I hope there will be good news for us," Mike softly said, which caused Leela's heartache. "Open it now, darling," Courtney demanded. "Actually, I was supposed to do it after my wife's death only, but for you, I'm ready for anything." Mike smiled. Voila! He skillfully pulled out the folder with the will. With hands trembling with greed, he opened the folder. A completely blank sheet lay before him. "I don't understand that stupid humour," Mike shouted and threw the sheet on the floor. "What is this? Where is the will? What does it mean?" "It seems like you've been tricked," Courtney grudgingly said. "How could you let her do that? You said you had it all worked out." She knew I would open the will beforehand, so she suspected me, Mike concluded. I can't stand her anymore. I'm sick of her. Calm down, said Courtney. You're scaring me and it's not good to worry. Suddenly a sharp pain pierced her entire body and Leila lost consciousness. You frightened us, the male nurse said while giving her an IV. It's good that you're awake. Get Mr. Marshall, my lawyer. Here's the phone, Leila said, not even having the strength to hold the receiver. Okay, I'll do it, the man said. Mr. Marshall arrived quickly. Leila told him everything, hiding nothing. He was concerned about her condition. Leila, why didn't you tell me anything? He said reproachfully. You are on the edge. You have problems in your personal life, and not only that, you are seriously ill. I didn't want to inconvenience anyone. I'm sorry, Leila replied quietly, her strength leaving her. Dear Mr. Marshall, I ask for your help. Make a will in my name. All the money I received from my father after his death, I want to leave it to the Children's Fund. They will distribute it fairly. I didn't have children of my own, so at least I will help other people's children. All right, I'll do whatever you ask, the man replied with trembling lips. Are you sure you won't leave anything to your spouse? I will, said Leila. I'll bequeath him my old dresser. Mr. Marshall couldn't resist laughing. Even in such a situation you can make a joke. That's why your father adored you, and I understand him. When the lawyer had left, Leila thought for a moment. She used to worry only about her husband's well-being. And what did she get in return? There is no family, no children, and no faith in the future. That's what was left of their marriage. Even in his dreams, Mike talked about Courtney. A naive Leila thought he was dreaming of a daughter. Now, all she had ahead of her was an unexplained illness and emptiness. Tears of resentment flowed from her eyes as she reflected on her life, which had been devoted solely to one man. She had missed her parents' illnesses and deaths because she was consumed with worry about Mike's business and caring for him. In their time of need, she hadn't been there for them, and now she found herself completely alone. The realization of her own loneliness crushed Leila even further. She became discouraged and found herself unable to get out of bed at the end of the day. Hey, why are you so sour? Travis, the same male nurse, sat next to the sobbing Leila holding a tray. Come on, let's have some chicken soup. I don't want to, Leila said quietly. Let me die in peace. Not on my watch, Travis exclaimed. You need to eat. All right, if you don't want to eat, then drink. When he saw Leila looking at him with surprise and confusion, he corrected himself. I mean, have some chicken broth. Travis artistically shook the cup, but his clumsiness caused the soup to splash onto the floor. Leila involuntarily laughed, but it was silent laughter, as if the strength of the recently energetic woman somewhere also poured out like this soup. Travis seized the moment and managed to pour a few spoonfuls of warm broth into Leila. Immediately she felt better and smiled. Thank you, she said. You're welcome, Travis smiled. It's my job and calling to help people. But I've had an eye on you for a long time. What's the matter? How did you end up like this? I think there's something wrong, and even though my brother is against it, I still want to offer you a solution. What is it? Leila wondered. To escape from here, Travis whispered. They won't heal you here. They don't know what they're doing. I have nowhere to go, she said quietly, tears streaming down her face. I'll take you to my grandmother. She's a healer and herbalist. She used to work wonders, but now she's old and doesn't practice anymore. But she'll help you for me, Travis assured her. Why do you want to help me? Leila asked. To be honest, I don't even know myself. There's something about you that has caught my attention. He shrugged. Well, do you agree? Time is working against you. Write a note saying that you're leaving the hospital voluntarily, or they'll call the police, and I'll be in trouble. All right, Leila replied briefly. She had nothing to lose. Late that night, at the agreed hour, Travis brought her some clothes. Leela changed into them. He lifted Leela, who was thin and light as a feather, into his arms and carried her out of the hospital unnoticed. They took a cab to Grandma Evelyn's house. The village where she lived was not far from the city. The house was covered in ivy, and fragrant herbs grew all around. Evelyn was sitting on a bench when she saw her grandson carrying Leela out of the car. She came over to help him. When Leela was brought into the house, she was laid on a high bed with a feather mattress. Evelyn gave her a medical decoction to drink, accompanied by prayers and incantations. Leela suddenly felt enveloped in a pleasant and relaxing slumber. "Sleep, my dear, sleep," she said, hearing the elderly woman's soothing voice through her sleep. Leela slept for nearly 24 hours. She was awakened by the aroma of freshly baked goods and food. She felt a wild hunger, which seemed strange to her. She could feel her strength returning. "Good morning. What did you give me to drink?" Leela asked. "It's a decoction made from the nettles gathered under the full moon, along with prayers to all the saints," Evelyn explained simply. "It removes the evil that has been done to you, and there was a lot of it in you. I had to change your shirt 3 times. Leela examined herself. Indeed, she was lying in a long linen shirt, carefully embroidered by someone's caring hands. "Thank you," she said quietly. "There's no need to thank me. You should thank my grandson instead. A couple more days and you would have died in vain. And they fed you, my dear, with yellow toad poison. That's the kind of thing you find in our swampy marshes. No analysis would have detected the cause of the poisoning, and this poison weakens a person, taking away their strength and life," exclaimed the herbalist. "But never mind. Now, I'm going to heat up the bath and cleanse you of any remnants of someone else's anger. And I've also made it so that your assailant will come to you, having found themselves." "But who would do this to me? I've never hurt anyone," Leela exclaimed in amazement. "You don't have to hurt people. Sometimes it's just enough to live well," sighed Evelyn. "That's why people can get mad or envious. And you were poisoned by someone close to you. They put poison in your face cream. Your face and neck were the most yellow and sweaty. But there's still a lot of it inside you." "Oh, Evelyn, help me, please," pleaded Leela. "I'll give you as much money as you want." "I don't need your money. I'm doing this for my grandson," Evelyn said with a smile. "He must have taken a liking to you, and he's a good man." Leela's strength was gradually returning. By evening, she was able to get out of bed and move around. After a bath, where Evelyn performed a purification ritual, Leela began to feel better than before, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. When Travis arrived home after work, he was surprised to find Leela and his granny making dumplings together. "Wow!" he exclaimed. "Grandma, you've outdone yourself. Leela looked so sick. How did this happen? I'm so glad." "It was a professional job," Grandma joked, "but seriously, grandson, you brought Leela here just in time. By the way, how's your brother doing? Is he angry?" "Well, he's good," Travis grinned. "He left me without a bonus, saying it was for self-rule." "We'll have to give him a bath too to wash away his pride," grumbled Grandma. The next 3 days passed peacefully and tranquilly for Leela. She had never felt better. She enjoyed being in the village, the clean air, delicious food, the closeness to nature, and the simplicity and openness of the people. She decided to stay, much to the delight of Evelyn and Travis. The healer had been in need of a successor for a long time, and Travis had developed strong feelings for the beautiful and gentle Leela. But this idyllic period was interrupted by a visit from Leela's past life. Mike showed up, clearly not expecting to see Leela in good health, and he was unpleasantly surprised. "Well, hello," he said sarcastically. "So this is where you've been hiding. The hospital told me you had run away. How could you do that? You could have died without treatment." "Hello," Leela said. "And who, I wonder, is to blame for my illness? Do you happen to know? I have every right to leave anywhere, but poisoning someone is a serious crime." Mike turned pale. "What poison? I know nothing about it," Mike cried. "And you don't know anything about your mistress Courtney either, right?" Leela asked, no longer caring about her husband's infidelity. She realized she no longer loved him. "I have no mistress," Mike shouted, his face turning red. "But the camera footage says otherwise," Leela grinned. "Did you like my will? By the way, I filed for divorce. My lawyer will be in touch." "I'm glad to hear. I've wanted to divorce you for a long time," Mike yelled. "I'm sick of you. I own the whole business, including your house. You signed the deed of gift without looking." "Yes, my father was right about you, and I'm grateful for his help," Leela grinned. "I'm sorry about your Courtney. I think she'll meet the same fate as me. Now get out. This house is too clean for your kind." And Mike left, slamming the door loudly. Leela could no longer hold back her tears and sobbed. Evelyn rushed to comfort her. "Don't be sad, my dear. You're still young and will start living again. God willing, everything will work out for you." She stroked Leela's head. "Look at how Travis looks at you. He can't take his eyes off you." "I think it's mutual," Leela confessed to the elderly woman. "Well, go and tell him," Evelyn smiled, "because he's tormented by his feelings." That same night, when the two hearts in love met, Leela and Travis worked things out between them and decided to get married as soon as Leela got a divorce. They didn't have long to wait for that. Mr. Marshall did everything so that Leela finally parted ways with her traitor husband. Rather than having a grand wedding, the couple opted for a modest ceremony at the registry office, surrounded by their closest friends and family. "I wish you nothing but joy in life, Leela," Mr. Marshall said, embracing the young woman. "Your father would approve of your choice. Travis is a worthy man." "Thank you," she replied. "We've also decided to open a small medical centre in the village. Currently, we don't even have a paramedic here, and the sick have to travel to town for medical services. Additionally, we want to establish an office for alternative medicine, with Evelyn in charge. However, it seems we'll need a special permit for that." "Don't worry, I'll handle all the paperwork," assured Mr. Marshall. "Using your father's funds is the right thing to do." "Yes, I believe Dad would be okay with it," Leela said. While the construction of the medical centre was underway, Evelyn taught Leela all the wisdom she possessed. The elderly woman also left Leela an old book about herbals. This book was a family heirloom passed down through generations of women. It was a large, ancient manuscript, bound in red leather, which Leela diligently studied under Evelyn's guidance. Soon, Leela became well versed in herbs and their uses, and was able to identify the true cause of ailments. Travis's household now had 2 herbalists. It was only then that Leela realized why she had never completed her studies at the university. She had a different calling, to heal and save people. Her incredible talents were immediately recognized by Travis's grandmother. Evelyn passed away 2 weeks before the opening of the medical centre, peacefully in her sleep. Leela's grief was overwhelming, and for 3 days she couldn't eat or drink as preparations were made for the funeral. On the first night after the funeral, Leela dreamt of Evelyn. "Don't grieve, my granddaughter. This is just the start of another life for me, and you must continue my work. Take care of Travis and the miracle that awaits. I am leaving." "Grandma, please don't go," Leela cried out in her sleep. She was awakened by a frightened Travis. Leela shared her dream with him and cried out her sorrow, hoping to alleviate the pain of separation. By morning, Leela had regained her strength and resolve. She had a duty to fulfill Evelyn's instructions. A week later, the medical centre named after Grandma Evelyn, was opened. Patients flooded in every day. The non-traditional medicine office, where Leela herself provided consultations, was particularly beloved by the locals. Not a single person left unsatisfied with her help. Travis supported his wife in every aspect of her work. However, there was one thing that still troubled Leela. She couldn't get pregnant. Her body seemed unable to let go of the past, despite following Evelyn's instructions faithfully. "Let go of your resentment," Evelyn had told her on numerous occasions. "Why do you still hold on to it? You must release the burden of those bitter memories. It's preventing you from becoming a mother." But Leela's heart still ached for Mike. "Leela! Travis!" People called her from outside the window. She quickly got dressed and went out into the yard. The coolness of the summer night greeted her. "What's going on?" Leela hurried to the crowd of fellow villagers. They parted, revealing an unconscious pregnant woman lying on a makeshift stretcher, her water having already broken. "Her car was parked on the side of the bypass road," said one of the locals. "I was driving from the farm and I saw a pregnant woman lying in the car. Her car wouldn't start, so I called for help. They brought the ambulance here, but it will take an hour and a half to arrive because the roads are muddy after the rain. Come on, Leela, do something, or the poor woman will die." Leela bent over the stranger and recoiled. It was Courtney, Mike's mistress. "No, she won't die. Bring her inside," Leela shouted. "Travis, go get the doctor from your brother's hospital. We have an emergency." Her husband jumped on his motorcycle and drove straight across the field. When they took Courtney to the medical centre, she woke up. When she saw Leela, she was frightened and cried. "Forgive me," she moaned in pain. "I'm so guilty before you." "God will forgive, and I've already forgiven you," Leela replied. "Now, let's focus on the labour. We're going to save your children. And tell me how you got here. Why were you wandering alone at night?" "Because I am alone," said the mistress. "Mike was put in jail for hiding taxes and committing fraud. I asked him to stop, not to be greedy, but he wouldn't listen. So they confiscated everything from him. And we never got married. I was left with nothing. What's going to happen now?" "Everything will be all right. Don't be afraid," Leela reassured Courtney. "The good doctor will come and everything will be all right." But the doctor arrived only 10 minutes after the medical centre had filled with the cries of newborn twins, a boy and a girl. The labour was natural and went well, despite minor complications. Leela was overjoyed. She held the babies in her arms and cried, while Courtney silently looked at them, her lips pressed together, as if this happiness had not happened to her. The doctor examined Courtney and concluded that her body was fine. Courtney was transferred to the ward, and the twins were taken away to be cleaned up and swaddled. "What are you going to name them?" asked Leela, addressing the new mother. "I don't know." Courtney shrugged and turned her back to the wall. "All right, sleep and rest," Leela said and closed the door behind her, leaving pomegranate juice and porridge on the table for the young mother. Leela spent the whole night with the babies, trying not to wake Courtney, who needed sleep and strength, before feeding the children. When she brought the twins into the room, she gasped in surprise. Courtney had left, leaving a short note that read, "I give up the children. They are yours, Leela. I can't raise them alone without Mike, and I don't want to. I'm sorry. Goodbye." That's how Leela became a mother to Evelyn and Jaden. She and Travis decided to adopt them. 5 years passed. "Mum," little Evelyn approached Leela, "why do all my friends in kindergarten have younger brothers and sisters and we don't?" "Don't get upset, honey, because you will have two," Leela said and smiled. "Yay!" Evelyn shouted. "How will it happen?" asked a dazed Travis. "Just like this." Leela laughed and showed Travis the pregnancy test she had taken the day before. Michael looked at Jennifer with empty, slightly angry eyes. "I'm leaving," the man said a few minutes ago. "I've met another woman. I'm sorry, but as you know, the heart wants what it wants. What is there to apologise for?" "Is she your—" Jennifer paused, struggling to find the right word. "Student?" "Yes, she is my student." Michael hastily packed a big stack of shirts, ironed by his wife, into a suitcase and then left for his new, happy life. Fortunately, their only daughter Hannah was at university at this time. But what would happen when she learned that her father, a professor and department head, had abandoned their family for a student who could easily be Hannah's classmate? Jennifer went to the window and gazed out onto the street. 5 years ago, she was filled with joy, and when she and Michael bought this flat on the 20th floor, the feeling of soaring high above always thrilled her. But now it felt as if the weight of the sky pressed down on her so heavily that she could hardly breathe. Jennifer was 45 years old. This is the magical age when a woman can live and enjoy life without much stress or responsibility. Her daughter was already grown, studying at the local university, and even in a serious relationship. Jennifer worked as a manager for a company and had a stable salary. Her husband taught at the same institution where their daughter studied. He was highly regarded by his superiors, and he was working on a doctoral thesis. And now this. Jennifer sank heavily into the chair. She had several friends, but she considered Rita to be her closest and dearest. They had attended school together, studied at the same college, and raised their children synchronously, helping each other with advice. Rita had been a widow for 10 years and had tried to find a favourable match, but each time she failed. The men she encountered were haunted by their pasts, greedy, snored excessively, or refused to accept Rita's son. The reasons seemed endless, causing her to reject one man after another. Rita didn't need any explanation to know that her friend was in trouble. She arrived at Jennifer's place almost immediately. As soon as she entered the hallway, she exclaimed loudly, "What are you doing? Jennifer, are you crying over that worthless man?" "Yes, I am," Jennifer answered grimly, anticipating where her and Rita's evening was headed. "And you're going to help me do it?" "To cry over this jerk?" Rita expressed her disdain and dragged an impulsively sized bag into the kitchen. "Does Hannah know yet?" Rita asked and took out 2 glasses from the cupboard. "I don't think so, otherwise she would have called," answered Jennifer indifferently. Meanwhile, a saucer with sliced sausage of Jennifer's favourite kind appeared on the table. A little later, a dessert plate with appetisingly arranged slices of cheese of 2 different kinds was added to it. A few minutes later, another plate with chocolate broken into cubes was placed nearby. Only then did Rita calm down and sit down next to Jennifer. The woman took out a corkscrew, uncorked the bottle of wine, and quickly filled the wine glasses standing on the table. "To you, strong, stylish, successful." She exhaled the first toast. Over a bottle of wine, all Jennifer's innermost thoughts, which she was usually afraid to voice even to herself, found an outlet in concrete words. 2 hours later, Hannah came back from university and Jennifer, unable to hide her pain, told her everything. However, for the girl, it was not unexpected news. Hannah had felt the tension between her parents for quite some time. Her mother's explanation was short and very sad, but what the girl remembered most of all was not what her mother said, but what she did. Jennifer just sat staring at the table in front of her and crumpled the yellow tissue with her hands. And that gesture caused Hannah to cry in her room for 2 hours. It was not her father's leaving, not his betrayal, but the yellow tissue in her mother's trembling hands that she remembered. And then life began to get better, because Rita took it upon herself to normalize Jennifer's state of mind. "Jennifer, you just don't look like yourself. This is a bad way. Dress up and let's go out with you. And I don't want to hear that you don't want to go out. Don't make it up. everyone wants to go out. We are going to a nightclub, or a walk in the park, or to a nice restaurant. For whom? For yourself. Rita was not embarrassed by anything. She was completely indifferent to Jennifer's mood today and why she didn't want to go out again. She would just come and almost force Jennifer to dress up, then drag her out of the apartment. A couple of times, Hannah was also invited to join them, but she invariably refused. She didn't want to watch Rita try to entertain her sad, grieving mother. No, she had enough of this spectacle at home. Though the girl, of course, sympathized with her mother from the bottom of her heart, she just didn't know how to help her. Meanwhile, Michael felt himself very well and satisfied. For many years he lived in marriage with Jennifer and always considered himself quite happy, even when their young family suffered from a lack of money. After all, his salary was not always as impressive as it is now. But now everything was in the past. The first love, happy family, and the maturation of their only daughter. And now Michael wanted something new, fresh and unexplored. He wanted a new young woman who would be everything to him, the centre of his world, and he found such a woman among his students. Even as a young teacher, Michael had often heard the popular saying that all wives grow old, but first-year students never do. But it was only now, when he was in his 5th decade, that he realized the truth of that statement. Indeed, his wife had aged. Jennifer no longer had that youthful excitement that had once enticed him and that he had fallen for. Now she was a staid old woman for him, despite being 4 years younger than her husband, and he knew her inside out. She could no longer surprise him. He wanted something entirely new. Of course, it was the most common midlife crisis. Michael stubbornly refused to age and become a man who obediently followed the circumstances. And when the freshman, Camilla, caught his attention and made it clear that she was truly interested in him, Michael literally got crazy. He entertained and amused the students, creating ridiculous tasks to ensure he would be remembered by her. And it worked. He and Camilla became lovers. Of course, Michael wasn't rushing to reveal this secret to his wife. He needed to tread carefully before making a final decision. But Camilla repeatedly raised the question of wanting to be with her beloved man. She was tired of hiding and believed she had every right to happiness. She wanted to create a real family, not continue with this situation where her lover hurriedly left her bed to return to his wife. After 3 months of secret meetings, Camilla put the question: either the affair of the head of the department and a young student comes to a quick and inglorious end, or he tells everything to his wife and goes to her. Camilla had no doubts about Michael's choice for a minute. She had already made room for his things in her small rented flat. At first, Michael and Camilla were incredibly happy. However, this feeling was more applicable to Michael than to his mistress. He was now glad for the novelty and freshness that now existed in his personal life. But soon, Camilla revealed their relationship to the girls in her class, and the fact that Michael's daughter was studying in the parallel group added more drama to the situation. Hannah was ashamed of her father's actions and refused to exchange a single word with Camilla. Summer was arriving, a busy time for students. Hannah had been preparing for her exams for a couple of weeks, studying notes, writing reports, and preparing essays. However, there was one subject she refused to touch, the one her father taught. Well, how could he do that to Mum? What did she do to deserve it? What did he see in that Camilla? The girl sighed in despair and set the notebook aside. The exam for her father's subject was first, but Hannah lacked the motivation to open the textbook and study. Let him give me any grades he wants, I don't care, Hannah thought with a hint of satisfaction. Just then, her phone screen flashed. It was a message from her boyfriend. Preston was 3 years older than Hannah and was about to finish his 4th year. He had big plans for his life, and Hannah was a big part of them. They had been together for 9 months, and they were sincerely in love with each other. Preston offered to meet Hannah in the evening and go for a walk, and Hannah eagerly texted him, "Great," added a kissing smiley face to her message, and sent it to Preston. As for Jennifer, it seemed as if she had forgotten how to enjoy the simple things in life, even though she knew it was necessary. Her entire life revolved around Michael and his needs, despite having a job and hobbies. Without Michael, there was no one left for her to take care of. This realization saddened Jennifer the most, because her daughter didn't require her constant care anymore. So who could she give her love and attention to? Rita, her faithful and ever-present friend, kept rescuing her by countless activities. They embroidered beads with a group of eccentric women, went swimming in a pool with soothing music, worked out intensively in the gym to lose some weight, and even visited a fashionable spa recommended by Rita. Overall, they had fun and diverse experiences, but Jennifer felt completely unnecessary and irrelevant. However, this time Rita had something different in mind. She insisted on visiting a nightclub. "Come on, Rita, what does a nightclub have to do with me?" Jennifer protested. "What's wrong with nightclubs? We can pick someone up there," Rita suggested calmly, resembling the Rock in her composure. "And honey, just keep in mind that you shouldn't dress like you're going to a funeral. Jeans? Of course not. You won't be attractive in that." Rita walked confidently to the wardrobe and swung the door open in one swift motion. "So, what do we have here?" "Well, to tell you the truth, not much. It feels like I've been friends with a real grey mouse my whole life. Not a pretty, lively woman. Knee-length skirts? No thanks. A shirt with a high collar? Save it for visiting your mum. Jennifer, we're going to a nightclub. It's a place of joy, freedom and debauchery. So, here you go." With these words, Rita pulled out tight trousers and a blouse with a revealing neckline from the depths of the wardrobe. "In this?" Jennifer could only utter it, looking at the offered items with a hint of criticism in her eyes. "Yes, in this," Rita cheekily exclaimed and went to the kitchen to fill their glasses. Jennifer shook her head, but she obediently started changing her clothes. Perhaps Rita was right, and it was time for her to stop living such a sad life. She needed to move forward towards joy. It was too early to give up because, even at 45, a happy new life could begin. "You have to love yourself," Rita admonished, returning to the room. "Oh, you look good, by the way. I'd even say you look fabulous. So, surely this evening won't go to waste for you?" Jennifer didn't say anything, but silently nodded. She herself hoped that this evening wouldn't be in vain. Hannah had her own life and Jennifer needed to arrange her own before it was too late. The nightclub was noisy, crowded and smoky. The two women struggled to make their way across the dance floor to a free table near the stage. Rita moved with confidence, while Jennifer tried her best not to bump into anyone or make others uncomfortable. They sat down at the table and began tasting drinks from their small specialty glasses. "Shots are really good here," Rita commented. "What's the matter, Jennifer? You look like you're dead. Drink it and relax at least a little." Jennifer timidly brought the glass to her lips and smiled. It was truly time to try something she had denied herself for so long, as a decent mother and a good wife. Within half an hour, Rita was already dancing on the dance floor, while Jennifer was still mustering the courage for such a step. She hadn't danced like this in a long time, or maybe she had never danced like this at all. She watched her friend dance in the midst of Hannah's peers, and a sharp sense of the impropriety burned her from inside. However, driven by an inexplicable impulse that she wouldn't be able to explain later, Jennifer stood up, shook her hair loose, and made her way to where Rita was already having so much fun. Jennifer decided to abandon her habit of thinking, analysing, and comparing for at least this evening. The music blared and crashed into Jennifer's ears like a suffocating wave, difficult to swim out of. Nevertheless, she quickly acclimated to the rhythm, and she suddenly moved to the beat of the music with ease, grace and freedom. Throughout her conscious life, Jennifer had always considered this kind of pastime beneath her, but now the dance floor of this second-rate club has become the perfect place for her to release all the pent-up pain that had accumulated in her soul, to let it go, and to move to a new level. Beside her, amidst the flashing spotlights and strobe lights, Jennifer saw different people. A young girl, no older than Hannah, looked at her with judgment in her eyes. It was clear that she considered such behaviour from an adult woman too frivolous, and definitely disapproved of it. Live your life and be wise and patient with people, Jennifer thought, and maybe one day you'll realise that true freedom has no age limit. At 45, you have the right to dance just as hard as at 20. Suddenly, right next to Jennifer, a young man in his early 20s appeared from somewhere. Arrogant, well-dressed and harmoniously built, the dream of any girl his age. However, for some reason, he decided to show interest not in girls of the same age, who were abundant here, but in Jennifer. Such attention didn't flatter her. Instead, it vividly reminded her of Michael's actions, who had left her for a young student. The age difference between Jennifer and this young man was the same. How could she not be disgusted? The woman decided not to pay attention to him, hoping that he would likely leave her alone. But that wasn't the case. Despite Jennifer's efforts to demonstrate her lack of interest, the young man didn't retreat. On the contrary, he took her hand. Jennifer didn't like it and tried to pull her hand away, but the young man didn't give her the opportunity. He looked at her with an impenetrable, glassy gaze that made Jennifer feel uncomfortable. In despair, realizing she couldn't free herself from this unwanted suitor, she tried once more to pull her hand away, but with the same disappointing result. Jennifer looked around for Rita, who knew exactly what to do with such suitors. But Rita was hidden by the backs of other dancers in the club. Suddenly Jennifer felt the guy trying to lead her off the dance floor. She knocked the guy's hand away, but he took her hand again, this time just above the wrist. Jennifer screamed, but her scream dissolved in the rumble of music. The woman became really scared. If someone had told her a few hours ago that it was possible to forcibly move a woman away from a crowded place, she wouldn't have believed it. But now it was a shocking reality for her. Jennifer tried to resist, but she hadn't expected such persistence from an unknown young man. She struggled as hard as she could, but there was nothing she could do. Jennifer was already on the very edge of the dance hall, and very soon, just in a minute, she could very well find herself in a dark alley by the emergency exit. Just when Jennifer started to panic and realized that things were taking a turn for the worse, the guy's grip suddenly weakened. The woman looked up, filled with relief, and saw a tall, muscular man who had the insolent guy by the throat, like a disobedient puppy. Then Jennifer's saviour effortlessly threw the guy away, as if he were throwing a bothersome toy, and turned to Jennifer. "Thank you," Jennifer said, smiling at the man. "You're welcome," the stranger replied. "And let's introduce ourselves, shall we? My name is Luke." "My name is Jennifer. Nice to meet you, Luke," the woman replied. Luke looked to be about 50 years old. He had a clean-shaven face, intelligent grey eyes, and a high forehead. His strong muscles were visible under his light denim jacket, and there wasn't an ounce of extra fat on his body. He really stood out from the regular people in such a place. Jennifer belatedly realized that her appearance today, thanks to Rita's efforts, described her as a regular, frivolous visitor to such places. Luke noticed that Jennifer was looking at him and decided to lighten the mood. "So, how do you find my appearance after such a thorough visual inspection? Do you like it?" Jennifer was still in shock. After all, it's not every day that a young man tries to drag you into a dark story. So she answered honestly, without hiding or exaggerating anything. "Yes, I do. Thank you again so much. I don't know what I would be doing now without your help." Oh, it was nothing. Luke grinned slyly. Besides, you don't seem like the kind of person who frequents these kinds of places. You're absolutely right. Jennifer smiled contentedly. Actually, it's my first time here. I came with a friend. For the first time? Are you serious? Luke asked. Rita, my best friend, brought me here to try it out. She's familiar with this place. Maybe she needs help too, Luke suggested. I don't think so. Jennifer laughed. She feels right at home here, and she's definitely not someone who can get into such situations. Well, that's a relief, Luke muttered. But it's better to find your friend and make sure she is all right. Jennifer nodded slowly, and they made their way through the dancing crowd to the exit. Rita was on the dance floor, surrounded by several admirers. She was cheerful and happy, and Jennifer realized that Rita didn't need her company for the rest of the night. So she said goodbye to her and went through the dancing crowd towards the exit. Luke followed her. He got a cab, and while they were driving, he told Jennifer a little about himself. It turned out that he had divorced many years ago, had a grown-up independent son student, headed his own company, and, in general, had settled down quite well in life. He ended up at the nightclub purely by chance, and he had a crazy idea to relive the old days. Jennifer briefly shared some details about herself. She mentioned that she was raising a daughter who was already in university, and one more time she expressed her gratitude to Luke for reacting in time to the situation. They got out of the cab near Jennifer's house, and the man looked around the yard and parked cars with an observant eye. "Where are your windows?" he asked suddenly. "Over there," Jennifer said, pointing with her hand to her own windows. Luke smiled and said, "It's Friday, and tomorrow's a day off, and you're home, right? So, at 12 o'clock, you'll see me in this very spot from your windows. If you want to take a walk with me, or visit a place of your choice, come on down. Okay?" "Okay," Jennifer nodded, thinking that no one had ever asked her out so elegantly before. Apparently, a shadow ran across the woman's face, and her interlocutor noticed it perfectly. "Don't worry," he said clearly and calmly. "Everything will be all right. I promise you. We'll go somewhere and just talk, okay?" "Okay," Jennifer nodded guiltily and belatedly realized that she might have offended him with her sad face. It was time to start thinking about how she looked. Lying in bed, Jennifer recalled every moment with Luke. His gallantry was on top level, and he seemed to be taking her quite seriously. Soothed and lulled by such thoughts, Jennifer was able to sleep, peacefully and without dreams. The next day, after a few words with her daughter, Jennifer began preparing for what she believed would be a triumphant date. She carefully chose a charming knitted dress, jewellery and a clutch. She borrowed a nude lip gloss from Hannah. In short, her entire look was meticulously planned. She was tempted to call Rita, but it was clear that she was still asleep. It was unlikely that her friend's evening at the club ended as quickly as hers. Jennifer wondered all morning whether Luke would come as promised, or if he would suddenly change his plans, especially since he hadn't taken her phone number. She saw her daughter looking at her with obvious interest, but did not rush to discuss yesterday's incident with her. Perhaps this man would never appear in her life again. But he did come, exactly at noon. Luke stood at the agreed place as promised and held a bunch of bright scarlet roses in his hands. He looked as if he had stepped off the cover of some very fashionable magazine. Yes, this meeting promised to be a good adventure. Jennifer exited the building with a cheerful and positive attitude, with a determination to conquer the world written on her face. And they set out to conquer it, on foot. And why not, when the weather was beautiful, the sky was cloudless, and a flute sang softly in her soul. That walk lasted a long time, almost the whole day. They had time to eat twice at good restaurants, ride the riverboat, and even the Ferris wheel in the local amusement park. Jennifer had never felt so comfortable with someone, never felt so light and eager to live. All her problems seemed to fade into the background, and she became a smooth, cheerful woman before whom a world full of possibilities was opening up. A wonderful feeling of light and warmth overwhelmed her soul, pushing away the dark waves of pain and despair. Luke was also glad to meet a real lady at a nightclub. To him, Jennifer was polite, refined, yet gentle and kind, and she was stunningly beautiful as well. In short, both of them realized that this encounter would be more than just a casual acquaintance, with no obligations for either of them. They spent Sunday together, just as much fun as Saturday. However, in the evening, a light rain started to fall over the city. Jennifer and Luke managed to find shelter in a cosy home cafe known for its home-cooked meals. There, surrounded by live music and flickering candles, their conversation became heartfelt and fascinating. Jennifer listened to her new acquaintance, her mouth hanging open in surprise. As it turned out, Luke had visited various continents, swam in the Mariana Trench, and climbed impressive peaks. He had gone diving and ice fishing at different times. He had started building a log cabin in the mountain district and dreamed of exploring outer space. Unfortunately, Jennifer had nothing special to share. She realized that her life as a teacher's wife was quite dull and monotonous. Each day, month and year seemed like a carbon copy of the previous one. She raised her daughter, took her family to the local sea once a year, and occasionally travelled to nearby foreign countries. That was it. No exciting hobbies or captivating moments in her biography. Luke, however, didn't consider his achievements outstanding. He believed he led an ordinary life, and all his accomplishments were the result of hard work. Still, he was flattered that someone like Jennifer saw him as purposeful and experienced. The following week was incredibly beautiful and unforgettable for Jennifer. Luke invited her to his mountain house, a place he had built with his own hands from logs. Of course, Jennifer couldn't refuse his invitation. After work, they met near her house, hopped into the car, and headed to the district village. Surrounded by tall pines and fragrant wildflowers, Jennifer felt alive and truly happy for the first time since Michael's betrayal. One late summer evening, Hannah came home feeling a bit thoughtful and immediately sought her mother's advice. Jennifer was busy at the computer, browsing for a nice outfit for their next trip out of town from an online store. But the look on her daughter's face indicated that something out of the ordinary had happened. She motioned for Hannah to sit down and looked at her attentively. "Well, dear, spill it. What's happened? Is it good or bad? Don't just keep it to yourself," Jennifer said. "I think it's good," Hannah whispered almost inaudibly. "Preston asked me to marry him." "Oh, dear, that's good news. My little Hannah has grown up and is going to be a bride." Jennifer's joy seemed boundless. "That's more than good. It's wonderful," she said with genuine excitement. "Where are you going to live? Does Preston have a part-time job? You said he's a student. You know that married life is no joke, right?" "You've bombarded me with questions." The girl pretended to frown. "He understands everything, Mum, don't worry. Preston works part-time at his father's company, and his father has provided him with a place to live. It's a small one-bedroom apartment, but it's his own, so that's not a problem." "Then what is it?" Jennifer's bewilderment reached its peak. "If you truly love each other and housing and income are settled, then I don't see any problems." "You see, Mum, I'm afraid." Hannah exhaled her most frightening confession. "I am afraid that in time it will turn out that my Preston will do to me what Dad has done to you. That I will be disappointed in him, and I won't be able to trust anyone else. You know, they're all so loving and decent at first, and then you know what happens afterward." Jennifer sat silently for a while, and only the clock on the wall ticked off the seconds of silence that pressed on both women in the room. Finally, Jennifer looked at Hannah and said, as affectionately as she could, "Darling, the way your dad acted is not common for all the men, and we can't predict everything. So Just live at the moment and be happy. The important thing is that you have me and I have you, and we will always support each other. Don't transfer your father's bad deed to all men. I'm sure Preston will be a real support for your whole life. And you know what? You and Preston are here for dinner tonight. I'll get Luke as well, and later I'll ask him if he thinks Preston is reliable." "Good thinking, Mum," Hannah laughed. "A kind of stress test. Great, and yes, I have one more favour to ask of you. I don't even know how to say it. Anyway, don't say a word to Dad about me getting married, okay? I just don't want to see him at my wedding and hear his fake congratulations. Please, Mum." "Okay, honey," Jennifer promised. She wasn't sure if her daughter was doing the right thing now, but it was her choice and she was within her right to follow her heart. After all, Hannah was an adult, and it was up to her to make such decisions. Hannah left her mother's room with a light heart. In the evening, Preston arrived on time, dressed up and perfumed, with 2 bouquets of flowers for Hannah and Jennifer. The hostess seated the guest in an armchair and said that Luke might be a little late due to his work. Preston engaged in polite conversation with Jennifer and seemed quite sincere in his answers. Jennifer asked the usual questions in such situations about his childhood, parents, studies, and his career plans. Preston answered thoroughly and with humour, staying within the boundaries of polite communication with his bride's mother. Jennifer liked it, as she believed this was how a future son-in-law should behave. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Jennifer opened the door and Luke came in, holding 2 bouquets. The woman was so happy to see her beloved that she didn't notice Preston's face change. The young man literally jumped up from the chair in which he had been sitting calmly a minute ago and jumped out into the hallway. "Oh, Dad, what a turn of events! I think I've finally realised why you've been so happy and dreamy lately," Preston said with a smile and hugged his father. The evening went wonderfully, and Jennifer was relieved for her daughter because she knew that a father as decent as Luke could not raise a bad son. Meanwhile, Michael wasn't as happy as he was at the beginning of his affair with Camilla. Now the man realised that he was able to truly experience calmness and happiness only near Jennifer. But alas, the choice was not made in her favour, and that decision was wrong. First, an unexpected and serious blow to the man was that his only daughter simply interrupted communication with him, as if there were no years when he fed, taught and took care of her. To his great surprise, Hannah simply stopped responding to him, and greeted him at the university, and even in his lessons she preferred to communicate strictly officially. Secondly, Camilla turned out to be entirely different from what Michael expected. He wanted to have an understanding and patient woman next to him, but it turned out that the understanding woman was actually Jennifer, while Camilla did not even pretend to understand anything. She constantly begged for good grades for herself and her girlfriends, and for money, and worst of all, the flow of demands did not stop for a second. In addition, once Michael accidentally heard a conversation not intended for his ears. In it, Camilla called him quite derogatory, if not outright humiliating. No one would have liked such a form of address to themselves, especially from their favourite girl. Jennifer had never allowed herself to address him that way, and the issue was not at all that the 2 women had a significant age difference, but that Jennifer simply could not insult a person with such attitudes and such treatment. She couldn't, and that was it. And recently Michael had fallen ill. Suddenly, out of the blue, he had a high blood pressure. He complained to Camilla, lying next to him, but received, in reply, a calm look. "If you get worse," she said calmly, "you can call an ambulance. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get ready. We are going to the party tonight, so I take it you're not going, right?" "Yes, I'm not going," Michael barely managed to whisper out. Yeah, he hadn't expected such treatment from her. Jennifer would never do that to him. On the contrary, she always tried to help cure everyone around her, and only then did she think of herself. And now, because of all these unpleasant insights, he often thought about Jennifer and couldn't sleep. The loss of communication with his daughter, health problems, and the lack of basic courtesy from the person for whom he had sacrificed everything, all this brought Michael to a state of deep despair. He saw this phase of his life in an entirely different way. He had dreamt of being rejuvenated alongside the cheerful and lively Camilla, but instead he had become a boring old man who was constantly reminded of his age. With each minute spent with Camilla, he yearned more and more to return to his previous life, to the place where he was valued and truly belonged. The university began to take up more and more of his time. However, Michael knew that he would never be able to write a doctoral thesis. Something inside him had burned out, and his own betrayal of his own family had paved the way for these very unfortunate circumstances. Michael could physically feel himself aging with each passing day. Camilla began to leave the house more frequently in the evenings to spend time with her friend, often staying out until the morning. Michael knew very well what these goings out meant. He had even done something similar himself when he needed to escape from his family to be with Camilla. No, he was not foolish, and understood everything perfectly well, just as Camilla understood that Michael understood everything clearly. However, she didn't care because she had already satisfied her ego. She didn't need anything more from him, except for money and good grades, of course. As for money, Michael left the spacious apartment to his wife and daughter, but not out of love for them. The reason was that otherwise Jennifer would demand her share of the funds stored in the accounts, and those funds had already been earmarked by Michael for a new happy life with Camilla. So they decided to be fair. Jennifer received the house as her personal property, and he kept the deposits. On one hand, everything seemed fair, but on the other hand, Michael realized that he had miscalculated. Camilla had long insisted that he buy her something significant and worthwhile, something she could take as real evidence of his love. For a long time, he had no idea what she was talking about, and then 6 months later, he discovered that she had been speaking about an apartment for her. This news nearly made Michael sick. He tried to argue with Camilla, explaining that he had already rented a good apartment for them, but she pursed her lips and left the house. Therefore, the hapless hero lover had to urgently find a place that would be enough to prove his serious intentions and real love, and to buy it in Camilla's name, of course. She insisted on this option, justifying it by saying that otherwise she wouldn't be able to feel like the mistress of the new flat. Needless to say that all the negative changes in Camilla's behaviour occurred right after she became the proud owner of her own personal space. But sadly for Michael, the realization of his own stupidity was too late. Now, the boring man was no longer needed for Camilla, and she lived with him while he was helping her with whatever she asked, especially at university. Their common future seemed utterly hopeless, and Michael didn't need to be an expert to see that. After weighing the pros and cons, Michael decided to reconcile with Jennifer. In his opinion, she should forget everything and forgive him, at least for the sake of their daughter, who probably missed her father deep in her heart. Unfortunately for the man, he had never been so far from the truth. Preparations for the wedding were in full swing. A wonderful wedding dress had already been chosen, light, flowing and snow-white. Jennifer, Rita and Hannah spent a long time picking out shoes and gloves that would complement the beauty of the dress and make it unique. All three had no doubt that Hannah would be the most beautiful bride in the world. The women chose a restaurant with mind-blowing cuisine and good service, along with a toastmaster, musicians, photographer, and videographer. So Jennifer was fully occupied with preparing for her daughter's wedding, but soon she was going to face one meeting. Meetings in life can vary, some unpleasant, some long-awaited, and some unnecessary. Jennifer's encounter with Michael fell into the third category. It happened on a day when Luke couldn't pick her up from work and she returned home alone. "Hi," Michael greeted her, getting out of his parked car and holding a bouquet of flowers. "What are these unexpected flowers for?" "Oh, it's definitely for a reason," Jennifer thought. She had the strong urge to hide at the entrance, but she dismissed the thought, considering it humiliating. Especially since now, Michael looked different now, like a wounded dog returning to its kennel out of habit, hoping for a bowl of scraps. It was pathetic to witness how far he had fallen. "What do you want?" she asked, trying to sound neutral. "I want to talk," Michael replied, surprised and even offended. I want to come back. You have to understand, Jennifer, I didn't realize what I was doing. I was deceived. This woman, Camilla, she's a nightmare. I don't know how I could have done something so terrible to you. What can I do to make it up to you? Please tell me. I'll do anything. I'll never leave you again, and I'll always be by your side. Perhaps if Jennifer had heard these words earlier, when she was engulfed in grief, she might have believed her husband's lies. But not now, when she had emerged from the depths of depression and had no intention of returning. Jennifer shook her head, indicating her refusal. "Jennifer!" Michael howled indignantly. "You can't do this to me. Camilla robbed me, leaving me with nothing. You can't deny me that we bought our apartment together. You have to let me in. We have a daughter together. Come to your senses, Jennifer." "Ah, now you finally remember that you have a daughter." Jennifer raised her eyes at Michael, causing him to almost recoil. "Where were you when everyone was pointing fingers at Hannah because of what her father did? Where were you when she and I resolved our problems on our own? So please, stop coming to me and trying to talk to me. You've taken your share. Don't bother me any more. Your homelessness is your problem. You're a smart man, Michael. You should have known what was happening, shouldn't you? And now, sorry, I'm in a hurry." With a straight and confident stride, Jennifer passed by Michael, leaving him truly frightened. All this time, he held the belief deep within his consciousness that she would shelter him in case of an emergency. That was the only reason he had recklessly thrown himself into this whirlwind. Jennifer was his backup plan, his insurance against any misfortunes, and now she was behaving like this. "Wait, Jennifer!" he shouted after her one more time. "I've heard that Hannah's getting married. I don't know the details." "Then keep on not knowing," came the reply from Jennifer. Michael was left alone in the courtyard of the apartment building, watching as the door of the entranceway closed behind Jennifer. Yeah, his craving for pleasure had come at too high a price. "As soon as the newlyweds come out, throw the petals right away," the videographer said to all guests and set up a working camera on a tripod. Jennifer looked back at Luke standing next to her. He pressed her hand imperceptibly but firmly, and the woman couldn't resist leaning on his strong shoulder for a second. Finally, the newlyweds walked between the two rows of relatives, acquaintances and friends. Scarlet and white petals flew into the air, and Jennifer watched her daughter and wished that she would be lucky in her marriage. Suddenly, she sensed that Luke was no longer beside her. No sooner had the woman begun to look for him than she suddenly heard his sonorous and rich baritone. "May I have your attention, please?" he asked, and everyone present turned their heads toward him. "So, we have just witnessed the birth of a new family, and new plans, hopes and dreams. However, the surprises are not over for today, and I am firmly convinced that no one is waiting for such a surprise. Many times I wanted to do exactly this, but something always got in the way. Now no one will stop me." Luke took a small velvet box out of his pocket and opened it with a click. Inside, on a cushion, lay a ravishingly beautiful gold diamond ring. It shimmered and drew the eyes of those around her. However, probably most of them could not understand what this box was opened today in honour of. And only Jennifer had a strange feeling in her soul, like when she was waiting for Santa Claus as a child. Luke, meanwhile, came up to her, carefully got down on one knee, and said softly but clearly, "I ask my beloved Jennifer to become my wife." While Jennifer stood as if struck by thunder and looked at this picture, someone began to applaud. Then someone else followed suit, and another and another. Soon everyone was clapping their hands. "Yes," she said with tears in her eyes, and it was the nicest music to Luke's ears and his heart. Is it possible for the closest person to be a traitor? It can't be. It can't be. April looked out to the window, tears streaming down her cheeks. It had been 6 months since her mother had left her at the orphanage. April was 7 years old, and she was childishly naive, waiting for her mum, who promised to pick her up in a couple of days. But time passed, and her mother didn't come. Maybe something happened to her, that's why she hasn't come. April looked for excuses. The girls who lived with April in the same room immediately said that her mum would not come back again, because this is an orphanage, and they don't bring children back after a couple of days. But April kept believing and waiting. She had been waiting until she left the walls of the orphanage, and now she had only one question. Why did her mother abandon her? She was a quiet, calm and obedient girl. They had their own apartment. Mum worked and earned a decent living, and they always had enough of everything. So why? April really wanted to find her mother and ask her this question. But first, she resolved to get an education, find a good job, and only then come to her mother as a successful and educated person. She wanted to make her feel ashamed and hurt, just as it was painful for a little girl who was betrayed by the closest person. April graduated from high school with honours, and then enrolled in one of the best colleges in the city. She dreamed of becoming an interior designer and made every effort to achieve this dream. After graduation, April was invited to work at one of the famous design bureaus, where she had previously completed 2 internships. Her life took an entirely different direction. April had only one close friend, Rick. They had met in the orphanage when April was 11 years old and Rick was 13. He arrived at the orphanage at an age when it is most difficult to adjust to a new environment. One day the older boys surrounded Rick, who kept to himself and didn't want to interact with anyone. April saw this scene and came to the aid of the unfamiliar boy. "Why did the 5 of you attack one? What has he done to you?" April declared threateningly and bravely. "Now get out of here, you little minnows." The older boys immediately responded. But April wasn't afraid and calmly replied, "Don't touch him, or I'll call Mr. Weller." The boys turned around and ran away. Mr. Weller was a physical instructor at the orphanage. He was strict and fair, and never allowed the younger children to be mistreated, and everyone knew it. April approached Rick and asked, "Hi, did they hurt you?" "No, thank you," he replied, extending his hand to April. "My name is Rick." "And I'm April. Are you new here?" "Yes, just a week. My grandmother will take me away soon." "Are you sure?" April asked skeptically. She knew that adults' promises are not always kept. "Yes, she went to the hospital, and that's why I was placed here. As soon as she's better, she'll take me back." "It's good to be optimistic," the girl said. "My mother promised to take me away too, but I've been waiting for 4 years and she hasn't come." "Maybe something happened to her and she couldn't," Rick remarked in a mature and thoughtful manner. "I don't know. It's better to think that way than to think she just abandoned me," April sighed. "When I grow up, I will definitely find her and ask her." "And I don't even remember my mum. She and my dad died in a car accident when I was 2 years old. My grandmother took me in. We don't have anyone else." "That's sorrowful. I never had a dad either. My mum and I lived alone. Then Tom came along, and my mum spent all her time with him, but I didn't resent her. I would have agreed to anything just to live with her, at home." April had tears in her eyes. "I can't stay here, it makes me sick." Let's stick together, Rick suddenly suggested. It'll be more fun with the two of us. Let's, April happily agreed. And from that day on they were always together, except during class time and bedtime. Rick learned to protect both himself and his friend, because many envied their friendship and tried to cause problems. But the children defended their relationship, even though it was challenging at times. Rick fought with boys because of April, while April fought with girls. However, eventually they were left alone. Rick's grandmother never came back for him because she passed away in the hospital. The teenager had a very rough time dealing with this event, and if it weren't for April, it's unclear how he would have coped. After Rick's graduation from the orphanage, April left alone, and those 2 years without Rick were perhaps the most difficult. She didn't want to communicate with anyone and withdrew into herself, eagerly waiting for him to come and visit her. Rick was only allowed to visit April on weekends, so the girl lived from Saturday to Saturday. Then came the college. First job. All this time, Rick helped and supported his friend. On the day of her 25th birthday, April woke up in a good mood. It's a good thing today is a day off. I can sleep and not rush to get ready for dinner, April thought, as she lay on the bed. Yesterday, Rick invited her to a restaurant to celebrate this day, and she had plenty of time to get ready. Suddenly the phone rang. "Good morning," an unfamiliar female voice said on the other end of the line. "Hello," replied April calmly. She wasn't intimidated by unknown numbers, as she could receive calls from clients whenever she wanted. "Aphrodite Cosmetic Salon congratulates you on your birthday and invites you for treatments. We are giving you a week's subscription. During this period, you can enjoy the services of our salon free of charge, regardless of your chosen service." "Wow, thank you so much. I didn't know you had such an option." April was very surprised. She had become a regular customer at this salon for 2 years, but hadn't heard about this offer. "This option is available only to our VIP clients, which you are. We are waiting for you at any time convenient for you." "Hey, that's a great gift. May I come in today? I need a manicure, a haircut, and even makeup." "Yes, of course. What time would be convenient?" "Let's make it 2 p.m. "Great. We'll see you at 2 p.m. Have a lovely day." What a gift! The day had started greatly, thought a happy April. And then came the congratulatory calls from colleagues. April couldn't even make it to the bathroom to wash up and take a shower, as the phone kept ringing. The final surprise came when the director called. "I heartily congratulate you on your birthday. I wish you good health, boundless energy, creative successes, innovative solutions, and great happiness as a woman. Since you are one of the best employees in our office, the management has decided to reward you for your excellent work and, in honour of your birthday, award you a 1-week trip to the sea. And, by the way, the voucher is for 2 people, the director said. "Mr. Datillo, thank you so much. I'm speechless. But my vacation is only in 3 months. "Oh, come on, don't worry about it. I'll let you take a week off now. Have a pleasant day." April thanked the director once again and hung up. This is truly a celebration. I've never had a birthday like this before. April had already entered the bathroom when suddenly the doorbell rang. "If there's any more surprise, I'll faint with happiness," she smiled, threw on her robe and went to open the door. On the threshold stood the delivery man with a huge bouquet of roses. "April Peters?" he asked politely. "Yes, it's me. Flowers for you. Sign here, please." April signed, held out a leaf and took the bouquet. 25 delicately creamy roses exuded a subtle, pleasant fragrance. A small card was visible in the centre of the bouquet. April pulled it out and read, "April, my dear little girl, happy birthday to you. See you tonight." Well, of course, who else could send me flowers? Only Rick. Smiling, said April. She put the roses in a vase and went to the bathroom. After taking a shower and drinking coffee, April decided to pick an outfit for the evening. She moved from one rack to another, but she didn't like any of them. In the orphanage, I only had 2 dresses and 1 skirt for the whole year, April smiled. It was easier to choose. So I must buy something interesting, since today is such an unusual birthday. April got dressed and went shopping. Then she visited the salon to get her manicure, hair and makeup done. It remained to change clothes, and she would be ready to go celebrate. She had agreed to meet Rick at the restaurant. April knew her childhood friend well and realized that Rick was probably preparing a surprise for her, but April could not even imagine what it would be. At the entrance of the restaurant, April saw a black limousine. Hey, I wouldn't refuse to ride in one of those, April thought dreamily. She paid the cab driver and walked confidently into the restaurant. All the tables were lined with flowers. Under the ceiling of the restaurant were balloons of different colours. On all of them was written, Happy Birthday. April looked at this beauty with envy. Once, in her childhood, she also dreamed of such a party. Oh, someone is very lucky today. Such a large-scale celebration organised. She didn't finish her thought because Rick, in a dark grey suit, with a huge bouquet in his hands, appeared from nowhere. My dear April, he began solemnly and loudly. Hush! Why so loud? April tried to calm her friend. I congratulate you on your birthday. Ignoring the remarks, Rick continued. I want to wish you a real woman's happiness, great love, prosperity, and the fulfillment of your most cherished wishes. I have already fulfilled one of them. It's all for you. He spread his hands apart, showing that the restaurant belonged to April today. I remember your childhood dream of balloons, and now it's come true. I'm sorry I couldn't do it before. I didn't have the financial opportunity, but now I can do a lot. Tears flowed down her cheeks. April could not control her emotions. Rick, did you do this for me? Choking on her tears, April asked. Of course for you. You are the most dear person to me on this earth. Thank you. This is the best gift ever. April hugged Rick and unexpectedly kissed his cheek. No, it's not a present yet. It's just a decoration for it. Let's sit down. The gift is coming a little later. One more present? April was surprised. I'm so immensely happy. The waiter came over and poured champagne into glasses. Here's to you, dear birthday girl. To you, my Rick, you're a true friend. They drank the champagne and sat at the table. Rick discreetly waved to someone at the side, and the waiter came up again. He had a medium-sized box in his hands, wrapped in a festive package with a bow. Rick took the box and held it out to April. This is your present. Open it now, please. April, eagerly like a child, began to unwrap the gift. The layer of paper was replaced by a new layer. The girl couldn't wait to get to the gift itself. At last, she saw the oblong box, in which usually chains or bracelets were given. She looked at Rick and smiled, then opened the box. Inside was a beautiful gold bracelet, and on it was a ring. April looked at Rick. She was going to ask him something, but Rick beat her to it. April, my darling, there is no one closer and dearer to me than you. You are the best woman in the world. I love you. Marry me. April was glad she was sitting down, otherwise she would have surely fallen from shock. Rick, do you really mean it? I mean it with all my heart. Do you agree? I do. Hooray! She said yes! Shouted Rick to the entire restaurant, and the staff immediately burst into applause. Rick lifted April in his arms and spun her around the room. April was filled with happiness. She had always loved Rick, but she used to think it was just sisterly love. However, as the years went by, she realized she was mistaken. She was afraid to confess her feelings because Rick didn't show the signs of romantic interest, and she didn't want to ruin their friendship. Interestingly, Rick had the same thoughts. He believed April saw him only as a friend, and afraid of losing even their friendship, he kept his feelings hidden, and now they were laughing together at their past indecision and foolishness. discussing how much time they had wasted. Rick sadly stated, "We lost so much time." "Yes," April smiled, "and it was all because we needed to talk. Let's promise to never hide anything from each other again." "Agreed." After dinner, as they left the restaurant, a black limousine pulled up to the entrance. "Are we going to ride in that?" April asked, surprised for the second time that day. "Of course," Rick replied, putting his arm around April's waist and leading her to the car. They drove around the city for about an hour before arriving at April's place. The night they had both secretly dreamed of for a long time awaited them. 3 days later, the couple flew to the seaside. They spent the entire week walking and enjoying each other. It felt as if they had just met. The week flew by, and upon returning home, they immediately applied to getting married. Their wedding was scheduled for September the 20th, the day they first met at the orphanage. April felt truly happy, perhaps for the first time in her life. She prepared for this important event in her life. They had very few guests, some of April and Rick's colleagues, April's neighbour and her husband, and Mr. Weller, the only person from the orphanage with whom they had maintained a relationship. After the wedding, April moved in with Rick. Their married life was peaceful, without quarrels or scandals. April sometimes wondered if such happiness was even possible, because everything was just too good to be true. April and Rick had a dream of opening their own design bureau and working on projects from start to finish. So, finally, they took a risk and pursued their dream. Rick focused on calculations and house projects from foundation to roof, while April worked on interior design and project arrangements. The beginning was tough, with a lack of clients causing concern. However, the couple patiently waited for their breakthrough, and it came. They were approached by a well-known person who wanted their help in renovating and restoring his parents' summer house. The couple worked diligently, and within a week their project was approved. Suddenly, a thought struck Rick. "Listen, April, we can bring our projects to life by ourselves. We need to find a construction team to collaborate with us and move forward. What do you think?" "What a great idea. Let's give it a try." Soon, Rick managed to find 2 teams of versatile builders who were ready for a long-term partnership. The business started to flourish as they developed and executed their own projects. In just 5 years, their office had transformed into a successful construction company, complete with its own team of architects and designers. The team was content and satisfied with their progress. However, April had been struggling with the heartbreaking realization that she couldn't conceive a child. Rick tried to console her, especially since he believed that they should focus on developing their business before having a baby. April agreed with him, but deep down she longed for a baby to complete their family. April went through medical examinations to ensure that everything was all right with her. The doctor assured her that she was capable of having children and that she simply needed to be patient. April grew increasingly worried and urged Rick to undergo examinations as well. "Rick, please, for my peace of mind, take the tests," she pleaded. "April, it's all nonsense. We can have children, it's just not the right time," he responded. April felt hurt by his dismissive attitude. "Is it difficult for you?" "It's not difficult for me. I just don't understand why you're making such a big deal out of it. The doctor has already told you that everything has its time. But all right, I'll see my doctor on Wednesday and get all the tests done." Rick finally agreed. April approached her husband and put her arm around his shoulders. "Thank you. I really care about this." "Okay, it's settled. Now tell me, where would you like to celebrate your birthday?" Rick asked. "I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't really feel like celebrating," April responded. "Maybe we could just go somewhere for a couple of days and take a break. Change of scenery. I think I'm just tired," April explained. "That's not surprising. We've been working hard lately," Rick agreed, I'm tired too, to be honest. Let's celebrate your birthday and then go to the mountains for a week. We've been wanting to go there for a long time. How does that sound?" "I'd love that," April immediately agreed. Although April's birthday was still a few days away, neither she nor Rick could have anticipated what would happen on the eve of the celebration. That evening, after the work, they were driving home, discussing their future trip and the places they wanted to visit. While Rick had been to the mountain before and knew about the local attractions a lot, April had only dreamed of experiencing the beauty of this magnificent region in their country. "You can't imagine how beautiful it is there," Rick said. "You will really like it, and you will certainly regret refusing so many times. I used to refuse because it was so much work, you know, and now we can afford this trip, both financially and time-wise." "Oh, I can't wait for this trip. It's going to be very—" He didn't finish. A bright light and a heavy thump interrupted his words. Rick didn't even realize what had happened. He opened his eyes. There were the hospital walls around him, and a man about 45 years old with a plastered leg was lying on the next bed. "Oh, where am I?" Rick barely audibly said. "Oh, you're finally awake," smiled the neighbour in the ward. "We're in the hospital." "And my wife?" "I don't know anything about your wife. Just don't be nervous. The doctor will tell you everything." The man reached out and pressed the staff call button. Within a minute, a nurse came into the room. Seeing that Rick had regained consciousness, she called the doctor. "Hi, I'm Dr. Castillo. Do you remember your name?" he asked loudly. "Of course, my name's Rick. And please don't speak so loud like that. I have a terrible headache." "Do you remember your last name?" "Doctor, I'm not an idiot. I remember, of course. Mitchell is my last name. Tell me, where's my wife? What happened to her?" "You were in a car accident. Your wife is in the next ward. She's alive, don't worry." Rick breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't like the doctor's look. "She's alive, but what's wrong with her?" "Her injuries are more serious than yours. The impact was on her side." "Could you be more specific?" "Don't worry about her. It'll just take a long time to heal." "Well, thank God it's all right then." "Take care of yourself first. I won't let you get up today, but tomorrow you can visit your wife." "Wait, what's the date today?" "April the 20th. "It's her birthday. Doctor, please, let me see her for a minute." The doctor lowered his eyes and turned away. "Is something wrong?" "She is unconscious at the moment. There is no point in your visit, I'm sorry." "No, there is. You don't understand. She needs me more than ever. She'll hear my voice and wake up. We've been together since the orphanage. We have no one else but each other. Please let me." Rick was almost crying with hopelessness. The heart of the nurse, who was standing next to the doctor, couldn't stand it. "Dr. Castillo, can I take him in a wheelchair? I promise not more than 5 minutes. I'll supervise. What if she really does hear him and wakes up?" "All right, but only for 5 minutes," said the doctor sternly and walked out. Rick looked gratefully at the nurse. "Thank you so much for your support." "You're welcome. Your spouse is lucky to have such a husband. Not everyone would be so concerned and supportive. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I've seen a lot of it in my years here." "I love her very much." "I can see that." The nurse smiled. "You rest for now. I'll be back in half an hour to pick you up." Rick looked at his neighbour and then out the window and thought, "It's ironic. My parents died in an accident, and I had an accident. But at least I survived, and the main thing is, April is alive too." When the nurse came in, Rick was already sitting on the edge of the bed. "How quick you are," she marvelled. "And by the way, you have a concussion. Not a bad one, but you have one. And a knee injury, so please take care of yourself. Your wife needs you." It was only after these words that Rick turned his attention to his leg. It was bandaged. Probably they've given me a lot of anaesthetics, since I do not feel it at all, he thought, and he got into the wheelchair. April's ward was one door away from his. The nurse opened the doors and took the wheelchair into the room. There was no one in there except April. They wheeled closer, and Rick could see his spouse. There was a huge hematoma on her cheek and shoulder, her arm in a cast, tubes sticking out of her mouth. The sight was terrible, especially when you're looking at a loved one. "Sarah, please tell me the truth. What's wrong with her?" Rick asked, reading the nurse's name on her name tags. "What you're seeing is nothing. It'll heal in a couple of weeks. Your wife has a spinal injury. Currently, the doctors are deciding what to do, and most importantly, she needs to get her consciousness. That's the most important thing now." This made Rick feel bad. "What do you mean, a spinal injury? Why didn't the doctor say anything about it? And what does it all mean? Is April disabled now? Can she be helped, or will she be disabled now?" Rick asked hopefully, but he did not hear what he desired to hear. "No one can answer that question for you yet. She's having a repeat MRI today. Our chief neurosurgeon is coming, and he will make a final diagnosis and deal with your wife's treatment. But she's probably going to need some spinal surgery. I can tell you that." She paused for a moment and continued, "That you'll have to be patient. It's going to take a long time for her to recover." "I understand. Thank you for being honest. The important thing is that she's alive, and we can handle the rest." "God willing," Sarah said quietly. "I'll leave you for 5 minutes, then I'll take you back. No moving around without me." "Okay, thank you again." Sarah went out, and Rick remained sitting in the chair near April and tried to understand what to do now and what will happen next. He took his spouse's hand and started talking to her. "April, my dear, happy birthday. Today is such a day. You must wake up, you must. I love you very much. I can't live without you. You know that very well. We'll get through this. Just wake up and tell me you love me. Everything else will be all right." He stopped talking and looked up. "I hope so." Suddenly it seemed to him that April had squeezed his fingers. It was at that moment that Sarah walked in. "Sarah, she squeezed my hand," Rick said excitedly. "Are you sure?" The nurse was surprised. "You might have imagined it, because you want it so badly." At that moment, they both heard a quiet sound that April made. Sarah quickly rushed out of the room. A minute later, there were already 3 doctors and 2 nurses in the room. Rick was taken back to his ward and asked to wait patiently. It was the longest half-hour of his life. It seemed to Rick that his heart was beating so loudly that he could hear it even in the corridor. Finally, Dr. Castillo came in. "You were right, your presence has worked," and April came to her senses. "But I'll tell you frankly, it's a very difficult situation." Rick tried to cope with the excitement, to ask the main question. "Doctor, tell me honestly, will she walk?" "I don't know that, to be honest. Let's wait for the results of all the tests, and then I'll tell you what to prepare for." The doctor answered and looked at Rick carefully. "And now you answer honestly. Are you willing to fight for her and with her? This is a very important point." "I love my wife, and I will be with her, whatever verdict you give," Rick said confidently. "I believe you. Your spouse is lucky." Dr. Castillo patted Rick on the shoulder. "Hang in there. It won't be easy." The doctor went out, and Rick was left alone with his thoughts. Difficulties had never frightened him, but now he was afraid of losing the nearest and dearest person. This fear stiffened his whole body. It rolled on and on. At one point it even seemed to Rick that he was suffocating. "I have to pull myself together. Cannot have April see me in such a state. I need to show her that I believe in her. I believe that she will cope, and I will always be there for her. I should wait for the neurosurgeon's report first. Maybe it's not as scary as they say." But the reality was scarier than Rick's fantasies. In the evening, Sarah came into the room. The expression on her face was very tense. She stood near the door and looked at Rick. "Speak, for God's sake, don't be silent. It's worse than that," he begged. "I have some bad news. Your wife has paralysis of the lower limbs. The spinal cord is affected, pinched nerve endings in 6 places. She'll need a very complicated operation, but no one will give you any guarantees." She stopped talking and lowered her head. "There is an extremely high probability that your spouse will never walk again. I'm sorry." If he had been hit on the head with something heavy, the effect would have been less than what he had heard. Tears flowed from Rick's eyes. He didn't even expect them. The last time he cried was at the orphanage, where he once again fought over April. But now it was so painful that he simply could not help but cry. The next day he was allowed to visit April. He gathered his thoughts to somehow cheer up his wife, but nothing worked. April always read Rick's mood through his eyes and facial expressions. The nurse brought Rick to April's room and left them alone. The woman looked at her husband with eyes full of tears. She already knew everything. "Hi, April." He started the words and stammered. "Hi," April said very quietly and turned away. Rick drove up to the bed and took his spouse's hand. "Honey, we're together. We'll definitely manage." He tried to cheer up his wife, but he himself did not really believe in his words. "Do you really think it can be fixed?" April questioned and looked at her husband intently. "Of course," almost confidently answered Rick. "You know, once long ago, I heard such a sarcastic joke. If a person wants to live, medicine is powerless. You want to live, don't you? You're not going to leave me, are you?" April smiled sadly and turned aside again. "You know," she said somewhere to the ceiling, "it would be right for you to divorce me. I don't want to torture you. I don't want you to see how bad I feel. I don't want anything at all." "April, you're talking outright nonsense. I'm not going to divorce you. It's out of the question. That's the first thing. Second, we have enough money to make your life comfortable, even if you—" Rick hesitated, not knowing how much April is informed about her condition and prospects. "If you have to be in a wheelchair for a while." "For a while?" April suddenly got angry. "Rick, I'll be in this wheelchair for the rest of my life. And don't pretend you weren't told that. You know very well that I hate being pitied. I don't need your pity or sympathy. I need your love. But you can't fully love a cripple, and don't try to convince me otherwise." Rick took offence to her words. "So you mean to say that if I were in your place, you would leave me and divorce me?" April turned and looked at her husband. "Of course not." "Then why do you think I'm such a jerk?" The woman thought for a moment. Rick got angry too. "Who told you that nonsense? Do you mean that men can't really love, and all of us are traitors?" "That's not what I meant to say. It's just that men have certain needs, and they rarely stay faithful to one woman for long periods of time. Don't speak for all men. Yes, it's understandable that things won't be the same as before. So what? We'll try to deal with it." "What about the baby?" "There's surrogacy. We can adopt. It's a workable situation too." "So you're ready to be with me, despite my problems?" Tears flowed from April's eyes. "Of course, silly. I don't understand how you could think that I would betray you. And remember, together we can do everything." A week later, April had her first surgery. The results were not as the doctors had planned. It was decided to do a second surgery in 2 weeks, and then another one. During the year, April underwent 6 surgeries. The result was that she had regained sensation in her legs. She could even move them a little, but there was no full recovery and no prognosis for it either. During her last checkup with a neurosurgeon, April was diagnosed with a tumour on her spine. So that was the last straw for her. "I don't want any more surgeries. I've been living in hospitals for over a year. I'm fed up. I want to go home." "But we need to examine and understand. Some kind of tumour," the doctor objected. "Do you hear me? I don't want anything more. I want to go home. Apparently God has decided it's time for me to go to him. So I have one problem after another." "That's the way it has to be. That's it. This conversation is over," summarized April. She called Rick after the conversation with her doctor and asked him to take her home. While April was in the hospital, Rick had bought a new house and equipped it to make his wife as comfortable as possible. April knew nothing about it because it was a surprise for her. Therefore, when they drove in a different direction, the woman was very surprised. "Honey, where are we going?" "Home, of course." "Is it just me, or are you going the wrong way?" "April, do you have any patience at all?" smiled Rick. "I never had it, you know that," April smiled back. Over the course of this year, she had calmed down a bit and gotten used to her new condition. She had almost become the same old April, except she couldn't walk. They stopped at the gate, which began to open automatically. April looked at her spouse in surprise but said nothing. The car drove into the yard. It was large, with a lawn and a small garden. In the distance, a swimming pool could be seen, not far from it, a gazebo. The house itself was one story, but large. Rick helped his wife out of the car, put her in a wheelchair, and took her on a tour of their new residence. "Look, here we have a big living room. Here is the kitchen. Here's the toilet, and next to it, the bathroom," Rick said. "This is our bedroom, next to the guest bedroom." "What's that door?" April pointed to the side. "That's your office. I thought you might want to continue your work. You'll be comfortable in it." "Thank you so much. Yes, I definitely want to work," April answered with a smile. They left the office. "By the way, don't get angry and nervous," Rick said. "I've hired an au pair. You will be busy with work, and like any working person, you'll get tired. That's why I've decided we're going to have an au pair on a regular basis." "Okay, but I would like to choose her for myself." "In principle, you can, but I've already found a woman. Talk to her first, okay?" "Okay," reluctantly agreed April. "How old is she?" 52, laughed Rick. "Are you jealous?" "You know, better safe than sorry," snorted April. April did not know that Rick chose not just an au pair. He found a woman with a medical degree who has experience in caring for the disabled, and strictly forbade her to mention it in front of April. Life began to flow in a new way. Rick went to the office every day, and April worked at home. Barbara, the au pair, took over all the household chores. April liked Barbara. She was simple, kind, and very pleasant to talk to. Sometimes they could spend hours just chatting in the living room over cups of tea. April told Barbara about her life, starting from the time she had been in the orphanage. "Have you ever wanted to find her and ask why she did that?" Barbara asked. "Oh, I wanted to, but then I changed my mind abruptly. What would I tell her? That she's a traitor? And that she shouldn't have done that with me? What's the point? My life isn't going to rewind or change." "I understand your point. I probably wouldn't want to see her either. Let the deed be on her conscience. You know, April, I'm not a very religious person, but I believe that everyone will get what they deserve." 6 months passed after April returned home. One morning she woke up and felt very sick. April called Barbara. "Why don't we call a doctor?" Barbara suggested. "What's the point? They've already done all they can do." "April, I'm sorry, but you were wrong not to have your tumour examined. Maybe it's benign, and you could have just had it removed." "Barbara, I'm tired of these surgeries, procedures and rehab. I want to live at home for however long I have left." "I understand," Barbara said sadly. having seen doomed people more than once in her life. After a week, April's arms began to weaken, and eventually her legs stopped obeying her. April became despondent, spending the entire day in her room, refusing to eat, and completely stopping her work. Rick couldn't bear to witness his wife's torment, and started to delay at work more often. Barbara looked at the young woman with pain, realizing that she needed to fight for herself, but any attempts to talk to April proved futile. One day, while returning from shopping, Barbara noticed a man in his 60s near the gate. He was trying to peek over the fence, making Barbara wary. This was an elite village, and strangers didn't walk around here. She looked at the man sternly and asked, "What do you need?" "Excuse me, do you live here?" the man inquired. "I work here. Who are you looking for?" Barbara responded. "I'm looking for April Peters. Does she live here?" Barbara was surprised. She knew that was April's maiden name. "Yes, she lives here. Why do you want to see her?" "Excuse me, have you been working for them for a long time? Could we talk? It won't take long, and I have no bad intentions." Barbara scrutinized the man from head to toe. He appeared intelligent and seemed unlikely to be a swindler. Intuitively, Barbara decided she could listen to him without any risks. "All right, let's go inside. The mistress is ill and she is relaxing now, so she won't come out." "Didn't you know about this?" "No." They walked into the kitchen. The man patiently waited as Barbara put away the groceries, maintaining silence. "Would you like some coffee?" "Yeah, I'd love some." Barbara brewed coffee for both of them and sat across from the man. "Well, what's so important and urgent that you want to tell me? By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Elliot." "Nice to meet you, Elliot. So, why do you want our April? She doesn't have time for guests right now." "To be frank, I'm her father," the guest revealed honestly and directly. Barbara nearly dropped her coffee cup from her hands. "Father? And where were you, father, when your daughter was in the orphanage? When she was suffering so much and needed a family? Where?" Wait, don't attack me. I only found out about her existence 2 months ago." "How is that possible?" "I'll tell you everything if you're patient, and then you can decide if it's my fault or not." "Okay, just keep your voice down, please." "I used to date April's mother years ago. I loved her deeply, but she chose another man. I didn't have the money she wanted, so she turned me down. I was devastated and decided to leave town to forget her as soon as possible. By chance, I ended up abroad, earned money, and returned to the country, but not to my hometown. Instead, I settled in the capital and got a job at a clinic. I didn't mention that I was a doctor, specializing in rehabilitation. With my extensive experience, especially from Europe, they hired me without question. Then 2 months ago, I received a call from my sister, who stayed in our hometown, informing me that Helen Peters, April's mother, was looking for me. I was very surprised, as we hadn't spoken since the day she drove me away. My sister tearfully asked me to get in touch with her. I took a vacation and went to see her. The man suddenly changed his expression, looking away from the window to hide the tears in his eyes before continuing. "She had cancer, she was dying, and she told me about our daughter. I was in shock, to be honest. But when she told me what she had done to our daughter, I was ready to punch her. I asked her, 'Why didn't you find me earlier and give the girl to me if you didn't want her?'" "And what did she say?" Barbara asked her question. "She said she didn't even think about it. But dying, she decided to repent to me. She told me which orphanage she brought April to and asked me to find her and tell her that she regretted her action and apologized for her broken life." The man paused again. "Though I honestly don't know how such a thing can be forgiven." "It's a sad story," Barbara agreed. "What are you going to do now? Tell April the truth?" "Of course, that's why I was looking for her. I have no guilt towards my daughter. I knew nothing of her existence. I think She is an adult and will realize this. Do you think she will be glad to see me? I don't know. Honestly, she doesn't want to see anyone at all right now. Barbara told Elliot everything she knew about what had happened. The man's face changed its expression a couple of times, and after the whole story he asked, "May I see her?" "Elliot, I think April needs to be prepared somehow." At that moment a call came from April's room. "Barbara, call a doctor, I don't feel well at all." And then Barbara decided to take advantage of the situation. "You know, I broke our agreement about not involving myself in your health. I'm sorry, but my brother is here now, and he's a rehab doctor. Might he see you first?" "I don't care. Call him." Barbara ran out and called Elliot, warning him not to introduce himself as her brother. Why? April's father didn't understand. "Listen, if you want to help your daughter, then do what I tell you." Elliot entered April's room. He had not imagined his meeting with her like this, but now the situation was such that there was no choice. He went to the bed and looked at his only child, who was actually dying. The father's heart clenched with pain, but now he had to pull himself together and try to do something to help her. "Tell me, where does it hurt?" "Everywhere." He began to examine April, identifying the trouble spots from her reactions. "How long have you been like this?" "Just like this for about 2 weeks." "I see. Can you move your arms?" "I can a little." "Do it now, please." April moved her arms. "Can you lift them?" "I'll try." April lifted her arms up but immediately dropped them helplessly to the bed. "Your hands are numb, so you can't hold them up?" "Yes." "What about your legs? Can you feel them at least a little? Was it like this right after the accident?" Barbara tensed up, anticipating that April might question how he knew. Barbara decided to come to the aid of her brother. "April, I'm sorry I told him everything." "It's okay, Barbara. It's not a big secret." April turned to her father and answered, "I didn't feel it at first. Then, after several operations, I even tried to walk with a walker. And then they found a tumour in my lumbar region, and my legs stopped working every day. Now I practically can't control them anymore." Elliot looked at Barbara in surprise, then at his daughter and asked, "So you were able to walk after the operation? Did I get it right?" "Yes, that's right. With difficulty, slowly, but I could walk." "May I see your back?" "Yes, of course." Barbara helped her to turn on her side, but Elliot asked her to lie on her stomach. He examined his daughter's back for about 20 minutes, pressing somewhere, checking sensitivity, examining the tumour on her lower back, and suddenly said, "I can help you. You'll walk if you trust me and have patience." Barbara almost fell over in surprise. April turned sharply to her side and said, "You see, you can do it yourself, without Barbara's help. Listen to me cautiously. You need a good course of chiropractic massage, special exercises, some medication, and a wagon load of patience. And I promise you, you will walk." "I'm sorry. What's your name? Santa Claus?" April sneered with obvious disdain. "The doctors told me there's no chance of walking again, and practically no chance of survival either. Why are you mocking me with false hope?" "I wasn't mocking you in any way. I stand by my words. You can read reviews about me on the website of the clinic where I work, and to avoid baseless claims, I'll do something now, and you'll see what happens. Do you trust me?" "Let's do it," April defiantly replied. Elliot leaned over and pressed something under April's knee. She felt a jerk in her leg and burst into laughter. "It tickles!" she exclaimed, realizing that she hadn't felt a tickle in a long time. "How did you do it?" "It doesn't matter. Do you believe me a little now?" The man smiled at her. "A little," April smiled back. She liked this man. There was a remarkable warmth emanating from him, even through his hands. Barbara and Elliot left the room. "Did you tell her the truth?" Barbara asked. "And do you think I could lie to my own daughter?" "I don't know. This is the first time I've seen you." "I understand. I'm distrustful too." Elliot smiled. "I will come tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Please inform April. I need to buy some medication and supplies for the massage." "Yes, okay, we'll be waiting for you tomorrow," Barbara said, looking at Elliot with gratitude. "And thank you for giving her hope. It's critical. She's my daughter, and I'll do everything in my power to help her regain a normal life. It's my duty." He left, and Barbara returned to April's room. "Do you think he'll be able to help me, Barbara? Somehow I want to believe him." "April, if you believe in him and support Elliot in every way you can, I believe you two can succeed." "I'll try my best. But let's not tell Rick anything yet, okay? I don't want him to find out before the time is right." "Sure, whatever you say." The next day, as promised, Elliot arrived at 9 o'clock. After having coffee together, they started with a massage, followed by a small set of exercises. Despite April's eagerness for quick progress, Elliot strictly forbade her from doing anything on her own without his knowledge. "April, remember, we need results, not speed. You're not ready for heavy loads, and it will take time to get there. You need to progress gradually and correctly, otherwise you might have the opposite effect. And we don't want that, do we?" "No, of course not," April agreed. "Good. Can we also have sessions on weekends?" "Only on Saturdays. My husband is home on Sundays. It's his only day off, and I don't want to tell him about you just yet." "Okay, here's the plan then. On Sundays, you'll have sessions supervised by Barbara. I'll provide her a lesson plan. I think you can keep your husband away from you for an hour." "Yes, of course. He is usually exhausted on the weekends, so Sunday is when he catches up on his sleep for the week." "Great." They continued with massage and exercises with Elliot 6 days a week, and Sundays were for supervised exercises with Barbara. There were no visible results yet, but it had only been 2 weeks. April could see the strength gradually returning to her arms and legs, and her mood was improving. However, she was frustrated with her relationship with Rick. He was staying at work later and later, and today he even stayed overnight. April cried for half the night. She understood that he had commitments, but she couldn't help feeling sorry for herself. It seemed that his promise to be there for her was becoming untenable. Maybe he's dating another woman. The thought crept into April's mind, which made her very upset. The next day, when Elliot arrived, April was completely without mood and therefore without the motivation to study. The father immediately sensed her mood and quietly asked, "Are you in pain?" April sadly replied, "My heart is aching." Taking her words literally, Elliot asked her anxiously, "Where exactly does it hurt? Have you had heart problems before?" "No, that's not why it hurts. I think my husband has a mistress. Although I understand him, of course," she unexpectedly admitted. "What nonsense! What makes you think that?" Elliot exclaimed. "He didn't come home last night. This has never happened before." Trying to reassure her, her father said, "April, that doesn't prove he's having an affair. He's probably just tired. You have to understand that it's hard not only for you, but also for him. Don't judge him, and don't get angry. I believe things will get better with time." Curiously, April asked Elliot, "Do you have a wife?" Elliot shook his head negatively, and April continued, "And children?" "Yes, a daughter," Elliot answered, "but I only recently found out about her. I'm tormented by the fear of admitting to her that I'm her father." "Why? Did you leave her?" "No, I would never abandon my child. Her mother didn't tell me that she was pregnant when we broke up. I left town to forget her, and then years later, I found out that I had a grown daughter." "Then you definitely should tell her Do you know where she lives? Yes, but I'm afraid. April insisted. I think you should do it. I didn't know my father, don't even know who he was. That if he knocked on my door right now and said, April, hello, it's me, your daddy, I'd be jumping up and down. Elliot took a moment to gather his thoughts and then walked towards the door saying, Wait a minute, please. With his heart pounding in his temples, Elliot walked out the door, thinking, It seems that my blood pressure is now 200 over 150, but I must act. This is such a chance. He knocked confidently on the door, opened it and entered the room. April, hi. I'm your daddy. April was stunned, looking at him. They stared at each other in silence, and didn't dare to break the silence. Elliot was waiting for any reaction from his daughter, while April couldn't believe what she was hearing. Tears streamed down her face as she asked, Are you really my dad? Elliot approached the bed, sat down in a chair and retold the story of his life. When he finished, April simply said, You have no idea how glad I am that you were found. I wanted to find my mother, but then I changed my mind. But having such a wonderful father, I couldn't even dream of it. They continued talking for a long time, each sharing their life stories before this meeting. April proudly listened to her father's tales of success and accomplishments. Her father listened tearfully to the story of his daughter's life. They had so much to talk about, and no one interrupted them. After that day, April became even more obedient, diligently following her father's recommendations. Now she had no doubt that she would recover, because she was being treated by the best doctor, who was more interested in her recovery than all the other doctors combined. The sessions went on for a much longer time. Father and daughter couldn't get enough of each other. They even called each other in the evenings and had long conversations on the phone or through Skype. April was going to tell her husband, but she still never got the chance. Every day, by the time he came home, April was already asleep. Her classes had been exhausting, and she typically fell asleep around 10 o'clock in the evening. Her father believed that this was a good thing, as he considered sleep to be the best medicine for her body. It had been like that for almost a month. That day, Rick arrived at the house around 11 o'clock. He was sure that everyone was asleep, but upon entering the house, Rick overheard April talking to someone. This is very strange. Why is she awake? And who could be visiting so late? Wondered Rick. He moved closer to the door and listened. I am very grateful to you, April said to someone. I don't know how I would have coped without you. You came into my life at such a good time. Stop thanking me. I love you, and I'm doing everything possible to make you feel good, replied a male voice. They're talking on video, Rick guessed. What time will you come tomorrow? April asked. Tomorrow I need to buy something else for you. I'll be later. Maybe I'll arrive around 10 or 11:30. Now get some rest, it's late. Good night. I'm sending you a hug. I love you. Good night, April calmly responded. These words sent a shiver down Rick's spine. And I love you. See you tomorrow, replied the man's voice. Rick was furious. It turned out that his wife had met someone, most likely at the hospital, and was now having an affair behind his back. Maybe she was pretending to be sick so she wouldn't have to sleep with him. And even Barbara knew about it, while he was the only one who had been played for a fool. Rick walked over to the bar in the living room and poured himself some wine. He rarely drank, and when he did, it was only light drinks. His thoughts were jumbled in his head. He sincerely couldn't understand how his April could cheat on him, especially in her current condition. He poured himself a second glass, drank it in one gulp, and then went to the bedroom, where April was already sound asleep. Should I wake her up or not? Rick pondered, and looking at his wife more closely, he realized that something was amiss. What was it? Something about April's body position didn't seem right. And then it hit him. April's right hand was above her head on the pillow, but that couldn't be. She couldn't lift her arms. They were failing. So she had lied to him after all. Rick got furious and decided to catch them red-handed the next day. The next morning, as usual, Rick left for work at 8 o'clock. He informed Barbara that he would be late today and that she didn't need to cook for him. Barbara nodded in agreement and went to the kitchen. Rick glared angrily at the nurse. "She's probably laughing at me," Rick mumbled, getting even angrier. April woke up at 9 o'clock. She had a light breakfast with Barbara and waited for Elliot. Barbara was acting strangely today. "Barbara, are you okay?" April asked. "Yes, everything is fine. Why do you ask?" Barbara blushed slightly. "I don't know. You seem different today." "You've imagined it," Barbara initially replied, but then she sat down on a chair and suddenly confessed, "April, you know, I like your father. Whenever I see him, I feel shy and nervous." "But that's great. What's wrong with that?" rejoiced April. "What if he has someone else? I don't want to interfere in someone else's family." "I'll find out." April winked and smiled. "Thank you very much, but don't give me away." Barbara got nervous. "Come on, how could you? It's women's solidarity." April smiled again. She was in a good mood. The result of the lessons with her father was visible. April could already stand on her feet and even take a few steps with the help of a walker. Yes, running is still far away and unlikely to be possible, but at least something. And her hands were almost no longer numb. Elliot walked into the living room, said hello to Barbara, hugged April, and took her into the room to massage. Barbara was making dinner and didn't even hear Rick come in. "Barbara, is April in her room?" She heard the owner's voice, and surprised, she dropped the plate on the floor. It shattered. "Oh, we haven't waited for you so early," Barbara said, the first thing that came to mind. "Can't I come home early?" "No, I was just surprised. Would you like some coffee?" she asked. "Are you kidding? You think I came home so you could make me coffee? Where is my wife? Is she in her room? Or did she run out on a date already?" "Oh, what are you talking about? What date? April's home. But you've got it all wrong, apparently," Barbara said to Rick's actual back. But the man heard nothing. Anger and even rage seized him. He had always been accustomed to protecting his own, including April, since childhood. He tore the doorknob and saw a sight that made him feel terrible. Rick grabbed his rival by the shoulder, forcefully pulled him towards himself, and struck him in the face with his fist. Elliot was clearly unprepared for this and fell onto the bed from the blow. Rick wanted to pick him up and hit him again, but April shouted, "Don't touch my father!" It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Rick's head. "Father? Where did he come from?" Rick asked, bombarding April with questions. "If you calm down, I'll explain everything to you now." It was only that Rick noticed that April herself was standing on the floor. "Are you walking?" "Just a little bit. If you don't keep beating my father, I'll walk more." "I don't understand anything," Rick barely whispered, realizing he had acted foolishly. "Dad, Barbara, have some coffee, please. I need to talk to my husband," April said. She leaned over to her father. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Teeth seem to be in place." Elliot smiled. "You didn't tell me your husband was so jealous." "I'm sorry. I didn't think it could happen myself." Elliot and Barbara left the room. April sat down on the edge of the bed and gestured for her husband to sit down beside her. She recounted the story of meeting her father from the first time he appeared in the house, that he was a doctor, and that he was helping April recover. "Why didn't you tell me about it right away?" Rick wondered. "I wanted to surprise you, first of all, and secondly, I wasn't sure what the outcome would be. I didn't want to give you false hope." "What if I had hit him harder? Did you think about that?" How was I supposed to know what you had in mind? How did you even find out? Last night when I came in, I overheard you confessing your love to someone. Rick lowered his head. And what was I supposed to think? And you immediately assumed I had a lover? In my condition? Are you serious? And you and I once agreed not to lie to each other and not to hide anything. I'm certainly wrong for hiding this news from you too, but I couldn't think you'd think I was cheating on you. It doesn't matter what I thought. The important thing is that I was wrong. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I'm an idiot, but I have an excuse. I'm an idiot in love. You will forgive me, won't you? Sure. Only you have to apologize to Daddy too. Of course. What's your father's name? Elliot. Okay, let's go apologize. Rick took his wife to the living room. Elliot and Barbara sat on the sofa and drank coffee. I'm sincerely apologizing for being so rushed in my conclusions, Rick said to Elliot. I didn't mean for our acquaintance to happen this way, but I didn't know anything about you and couldn't even imagine that you could be April's father. Come on, it's all right. It will heal before the wedding, smiled the father-in-law. Before the wedding? Marvelled April. Before my wedding, of course. I have never been married, by the way, Elliot smiled. How interesting, April smiled enigmatically. I hope you will invite us. Of course, if Rick promises not to fight, said the father, and everyone laughed. Will you invite me? Asked Barbara sadly and quietly. Of course I'll invite you. Don't worry. Elliot smiled and changed the subject of the conversation. April, we haven't finished with you today yet. Yes, Daddy, of course. Now I'll see Rick off and then I'll go back to the room. And you finish your coffee. In the evening, she arrived to the kitchen where it smelled very delicious. Barbara, what are you cooking that is so magical? I'm just drooling. Barbara was standing with her back to the hostess. Without turning around, answered, Your favourite meat is baked. April heard Barbara's voice trembling. Barbara, turn to me, please, she asked. I'm sorry, I can't. Don't make me drive all the way across the kitchen to you. Barbara turned around and April saw that she was crying. Barbara, what's wrong? Don't you understand? Your father is getting married and for a moment I thought he liked me too. Oh, I think your tears are premature. There is no need to get upset prematurely. When should I be upset? When he brings me an invitation? Barbara, everything will be fine. It seems to me that he was just joking about the wedding. April tried to reassure Barbara. It didn't seem that way to me. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Who could that be? Barbara wondered and went to open it. Elliot stood on the threshold with a huge bouquet of roses. Dear Barbara, in all the time I've known you, you've become really dear to me. I can't hide my feelings anymore. That's why I ask you to become my wife. He handed her the flowers and a small box with a ring. Barbara took the box and tears ran down her cheeks. The ring was very beautiful. Barbara took it out of the box and put it on her finger. Does that mean you agree? Elliot asked hesitantly. Sure, April answered with a happy smile, but I just have one favour to ask of you. Let's have the wedding when April can walk. It's only a couple of months away. Oh, it's no problem at all. Sure, we'll wait. Barbara immediately agreed. 5 months later, April was already walking around the house on her own. Not quickly, but without a walker, only with a stick. Elliot moved into his daughter's house and now spent even more time with his future wife. One evening, the men sat in the gazebo and talked. At this time, Rick was worried about one question. How did it happen that the doctors gave up, but Elliot brought her back to life? You see, Rick, the doctors decided that April had a tumour on her spine, and it wasn't a tumour, but an invertebral hernia. It can be removed with chiropractic care or with surgery. It was a trivial medical error. It's just that April had such a complex musculoskeletal system that they came to this conclusion. It happens. "What would we do without you?" Rick said. "If it weren't for you—" "Oh, stop thanking me. I did what I had to do. This is my daughter, to whom I am very indebted, even though it's not my fault. The important thing is that we didn't give up as a team. I thought it would take longer, but April did well. She recovered much faster. Rick, I have an offer for you. I realize we need to discuss it with our women, but I wanted to talk to you first." "Intriguing. What's up?" Rick was interested. "I just wanted to offer to build a bigger house. I'll sell my apartment in the capital. It's more than enough to expand. April can't do without Barbara's help anyway. I'll be the backup. And there's not enough room for us in this house." "I don't mind. Let's just ask the women." The men went back into the house. Barbara and April were sitting on the sofa in the living room discussing the wedding. Barbara didn't want anything grand, and April was urging her to give in. "Barbara, I really want you to have a mega cool event. My dad got me on my feet. You're my indispensable person. Is there anything I can do for you in return?" "Barbara," Elliot intervened, "I think it's better to give in." April still won't back down. "Okay," Barbara agreed. "And there's something else we wanted to talk to both of you about," Elliot began. "Your dad has offered to build one big house for all of us. Each of us will have a room, a couple of guest bedrooms, a kitchen living room, and your office. What do you say?" April playfully gave her husband and father a resentful look. "Is something wrong?" Rick tensed. It seemed to him that his wife didn't like the idea. "Yes," April replied. "When do you want to start building?" "Tomorrow," Rick immediately answered. "If there are no objections." "Okay, build. But in 8 months you'll have to rebuild," April calmly said and winked at Barbara, who already knew everything. "I don't get it. Why rebuild?" Rick was genuinely surprised. "Because among the listed rooms, there is no nursery," smiled April. Rick looked at his wife incomprehensibly, then at Elliot, and shrugged his shoulders. "Do you understand anything, Elliot?" "I think I do. In 8 months, I'll be a grandfather, and you'll be a father." Rick's father-in-law joyfully shouted. Tears came to Rick's eyes. "April, is it really true?" "It's absolutely true. I was at the doctor's yesterday." April smiled. Rick ran up and hugged his wife. He was in a state of shock and couldn't believe what was happening. A year ago, it seemed to him that their happy family life was over and there would never be anything good again. But with the arrival of his father-in-law in their house, everything changed abruptly. A week later, Elliot and Barbara got married. They had their wedding in a small circle. Rick and April presented the newlyweds with a trip as a wedding gift. Barbara, who had never travelled abroad, almost fell off her chair. "Why, it's so expensive, I'm embarrassed. Really?" "Rest. You still have a grandson or granddaughter to take care of," laughed Rick. While the newlyweds were away, April and Rick worked on a project for their big new house, but didn't start construction without the approval of Elliot and Barbara. When they returned, the project was approved and construction began. The house was finished just in time for the birth of the child. April gave birth to a daughter. They named her Hope, because hope had helped them survive everything that happened to them. Jodie opened her eyes and glanced at the alarm clock. It was 20 minutes past 6. She realised she could sleep for another hour and a half. Relieved, she closed her eyes. "Jodie!" To her great upset, she heard her stepmother's loud voice from behind the door. A second later, Farah entered the room with Molly in her arms. "She woke up again and came running to us," the woman said angrily, placing the little girl on the bed. "And your father and I have to sleep on our only day off." "But I have a shift at the hospital today," Jodie said. "I need to sleep too." The stepmother snorted. "You're young. You'll get plenty of sleep." She left the room, slamming the door shut. Jodie sighed and pulled her little sister close. "Shall we try to get some sleep, Molly?" she asked. The little girl nodded happily. "I was scared to sleep alone," Molly confessed. "I came to Mummy and Daddy. Mummy woke up and started swearing that I was keeping them awake." "Lie down," her big sister told her. "You're not scared with me, are you?" "No," Molly joyfully replied. She climbed under her sister's side and instantly fell asleep. Jodie, on the other hand, couldn't sleep. She lay awake for the rest of her sleep time, trying to count to 100 and imagining herself floating on a slow river or bobbing on a boat, but nothing helped. Careful not to disturb her sleeping sister, she took out her internal medicine book from the bedside table and continued reading. There was a lot to learn before Monday. Jodie worked as a duty nurse in the vascular surgery department. She got the job after her 3rd year of studies, as soon as she passed her exams and obtained her certificate. The head nurse, Susan, carefully examined Jodie. Jodie quickly adapted and learned the ropes. She wasn't a spoiled girl and was able to adjust to new circumstances. Jodie had lost her mother in a car crash when she was only 6 years old. After that, her father, Gregory, became withdrawn and spoke very little. From the age of 7, Jodie took care of herself. She learned to wash, cook and clean the house. Her father didn't pay much attention to her. He left for the factory early in the morning and returned late at night, eating whatever his daughter had prepared. Then he would sit on the sofa in front of the TV and fall asleep. Gregory didn't show much interest in Jodie's school life, what she had eaten that day, or whether she needed money for new tights, pens or notebooks. It was her grandmother who opened his eyes to this. Mary lived in another town and, despite her advanced age, still worked as a teacher, which made it difficult for her to visit her son and granddaughter often. She came for the Christmas holidays and was astonished by what she saw. The flat was being kept tidy, the floors were washed, the dust was wiped, and there was pasta on the stove, but it was clear that it was all done in a childish way. Grandmother was a wise woman. She hugged her granddaughter tightly, gave her the gifts she had brought, and took her to her room. There, pretending to be interested in Jodie's room, she immediately noticed that all her granddaughter's clothes were old and worn out. The holes were diligently, though ineptly, patched, the ink in the pen was almost gone, and there were only fragments of pencils left. "Take a look at your presents for now," Mary said. "Open that big bag over there. There are sweets. Enjoy them. I'll bring you some tea." She returned from the kitchen with a tray carrying a large mug of tea with milk and some sandwiches. "Eat and read your books," Grandmother said affectionately. "Your father and I will talk in the kitchen." Jodie nodded. Mary, looking at her thin, pale face, almost cried. She held back her tears, smiled at her granddaughter, and went to the living room, where her only son was watching TV. "Gregory, shall we go and have tea?" she called out affectionately, but something clicked in Jodie's father's head, probably some childhood instincts. In his childhood, his mother could call him home affectionately from the courtyard and then scold him severely for some mischief that Gregory was sure she would never find out about. In the kitchen, Mary poured tea and sat down, looking at her son with the usual gaze from under her brow. "What's wrong, Mum?" he asked cautiously, hoping that the premonition had been deceived. "Gregory, do you even see what's been going on in your family since Sarah died?" He swallowed. It had been months, but he still didn't want to think about his wife's death. As long as he didn't talk about it, he could pretend that nothing had happened, as if Sarah had gone on some long business trip, and it was unknown when she would return. But his mother, as always, did not tolerate reticence. Strict and principled, she always pointed out to him what Gregory did not want to see. For this reason, he feared her, hated her, and loved her at the same time. "What's going on?" he asked, delaying the inevitable conversation. "Everything's fine with us." "All right," Mary spoke in a calm voice that contained a hint of steel. "That, a 7-year-old girl, cooks by herself, cleans the flat alone, goes to school and returns home unsupervised. Is that all right? Do you even give her money for food? For school lunches?" Sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. "She hasn't asked for it once." He muttered quietly, like a delinquent schoolboy. She must have taken it from her piggy bank. The events of the last few months flashed before his eyes. The first days after that, and the funeral itself, he remembered poorly. Only that it was the beginning of September. The weather was warm, and huge, beautiful yellow, wedge-shaped leaves were falling on the coffin with a black lid that was lowered into the grave. During those days, their flat was full of relatives. His mother, aunt and uncle, Sarah's older brother and sister, friends, and colleagues from work. He thinks he even talked to them about something. And then he and his daughter were alone. His life went on autopilot. He still went to the factory, and his daughter went to school. He didn't think about everyday moments, and now he suddenly realized that not once during all this time had he gone to the shop or given his daughter money himself. He didn't even ask her how she was doing or what they were doing at school. So she had been running the household like an adult all this time alone, without saying a word. And she also had a birthday at the end of September, which he had also forgotten about. Gregory lowered his head and covered it with his hands. Mary patted him on the shoulders and head. "I know," she said in a much softer tone, "that it's hard for you now. I too, after your father's death, took a long time to recover. At least you were an adult then, but Jodie is still a child. She needs you. There's no one else to take care of her but you, Gregory." He nodded without raising his head. The mother continued, "Time heals. These are trite words, but only those who have experienced grief can confirm that it is so. I can stay with you until the end of the New Year's holidays, and I'll do what I can. But I can't replace her mother, and neither can you. And don't make her grow up before her time. Don't burden her with taking care of you, as well as herself. It's too much for a little girl." At last the son raised his head and looked at his mother with eyes wet with tears. "What am I to do then?" Mary sighed. She stayed for the promised period. During this time, they bought all the necessary products and also bought Jodie new clothes, shoes and school supplies. "I don't want you to leave, Grandma," Jodie said sadly. "I don't either," she sighed. "But what can I do? I have to work." "Can't you take me with you?" the girl asked. "No, sweetheart. You are your father's daughter. You need to support each other now. Only together can you cope." Mary also had a long talk with her son. "I realize that it's too early to talk about it now," she said, hiding her eyes. "But think. Perhaps after a while you'll meet a good woman, get married. If this happens, it will be easier for you, and Jodie will have a woman to look after her." Gregory only shook his head. "I don't need anybody but Sarah." After Mary's visit, their lives became better. It was as if Gregory had woken up. Of course, it was still hard for him, and he often felt longing and despair. At such moments he wanted to just sit on the sofa, turn on the TV, and mindlessly switch channels, trying to dive headlong into someone else's fictional life, and not think about his own. But every time he pulled himself together and reminded himself that he was not alone, he would never leave his daughter again. Gregory started preparing breakfast for his daughter. Every day he asked her about her well-being and if she needed anything for school. Regrettably, he realized that his daughter had been accustomed to managing without him. She completed her own homework, washed the dishes after meals, and even ironed her father's trousers. Jodie had grown up. Soon Gregory came to the realization that he could not provide his daughter with a proper female upbringing. He increasingly pondered his mother's words. When Jodie turned 10, Gregory met Farah, a friend of his colleague's wife. Farah had been divorced for 2 years and immediately caught Gregory's attention. She seemed interested in him as well, and within a month they began dating. Nervously, Gregory introduced Farah to Jodie, hoping they would get along. "You're such a beautiful girl," Farah said to her future stepdaughter, "bright as the sun." "Thank you," Jodie replied. "You are also beautiful, like the Snow Queen." "You make a good point," Farah said. She had delicate features, fair skin, platinum hair, and pale blue eyes. I am confident we will become friends." At first, this was indeed the case. Jody eagerly reached out to the beautiful and kind Farah. During the first few years, they lived harmoniously. Farah appreciated Jody's calm and diligent nature. Jody excelled in her studies, receiving praise during parent-teacher meetings, and assisted with household chores. However, everything changed when Gregory and Farah decided to have their own child. Both in their 30s, Farah had struggled to conceive for a long time. This caused Farah to become anxious and frequently snap at her husband and teenage stepdaughter. Molly was born when Farah was 35 and Gregory was 41. Gregory eagerly anticipated the arrival of this child and worked hard to support his wife. During conflicts between Farah and Jody, he always sided with his wife. "You need to be patient, my sunshine," he would say to Jody. "Don't argue with Farah. She is going through a tough time." And Jody was patient. She did not tell her father what cruel and unjust words her stepmother sometimes said to her. However, she concluded that she needed to mature quickly and become independent and self-sufficient. During high school, Jody searched for opportunities to earn money. She worked as a cleaner in a cafe, walked other people's dogs, and helped a few neighbours' kids with their lessons. The payment was not substantial, but it was better than nothing. So she earned money for her small expenses and even bought herself some things for the new school year. "Well done, my daughter," her father praised her. Even her stepmother said something positive. "Thank you for realizing how many expenses we have and trying to help." Though the words stung, Jody nodded and attempted to smile. From a young age, Jody dreamed of becoming a doctor. No one had ever asked Jody how she felt about her mother's death, but she would often reflect on it. Her mother was on her way home from work when the bus skidded on the wet road due to the rain. The bus collided with a passing truck, and her mother was sitting in the part that took the brunt of the impact. 15 people were injured in the accident, 2 of whom died on the spot. Jody's mother passed away during surgery. Each time she recalled this memory, she tried to understand why it happened. Did the ambulance arrive too late? Were there not enough doctors, resulting in delayed surgery? Or perhaps the level of medical care at their hospital was inadequate? If her mother had been at a more qualified clinic, would she still be alive? The day she entered medical school marked a joyous milestone in her life. However, this new chapter required her to leave her part-time job. For the first 2 years, she barely had a spare minute. Her time was consumed by learning the Latin names of anatomical structures and memorizing an extremely significant amount of medical information. The 3rd year of study merged into an endless series of courses: pharmacology, pathological anatomy, operative surgery, pathological physiology, and others. By this time, Jody realized she needed to do something with her life. Unfortunately, the conflicts with her stepmother had not ceased after these 3 years, and there seemed to be no opportunity to change the situation. The upcoming year promised to be easier, so Jody passed exams for the nursing certificate, secured a job, along with a room at the hospital dormitory. "Why do you want to live in the dormitory?" her father asked. Jody glanced at her stepmother, who was rocking little Molly in her arms, but quickly looked away. "It's only a 10-minute walk to work," she smiled. "I'll save on fares." Gregory sighed but did not object any further. Since then, Jody has rarely visited her childhood home or stayed overnight. As it turned out, it was for a good reason. A few minutes before the alarm clock went off, Jody carefully switched it off to avoid waking her little stepsister. She slowly got out of bed, gathered her things and quietly left the room, closing the door behind her. Her shift wasn't starting for a while, but she wanted to leave the house as soon as possible. When she arrived at the hospital, there was still an hour before work began. "Oh, Jody!" her fellow shift worker Anna cheerfully greeted her. "What are you doing here so early?" "I woke up early," replied Jody. "How are things on the ward?" Anna shrugged. "Everything seems quiet. No admissions. We've administered antibiotics and done IVs and dressings. Jody nodded. Is anyone in the ICU? Yes, one person. A very nice elderly woman, by the way. She had an emergency clot removed the day before yesterday. I'll need to change her bandages. Okay, said Jody. Well, since I'm here anyway, I'll let you go home early. Anna smiled happily. Thank you, Jody. And murmuring some popular song, she walked towards the changing room. As for Jody, she made her rounds, greeting the patients who were just finishing breakfast. Then Jody went to the surgeon on duty. Dr. Bachman, good morning. The young, ruddy-haired surgeon with glasses looked up from the medical history, which he had diligently pasted some papers into. Good morning, Jody. How are we doing? Everything's on track. Are you coming to watch the dressings? He shook his head. If everything looks good, go ahead and bandage it up. If it's bad, call me. You're a future doctor. I trust you completely. Okay, Jody replied. This time everything went smoothly, and Jody never once had to call the surgeon on duty. After the dressings, she administered the IVs. Luckily, there were only 4 today. While the patients settled down, Jody began cleaning the dressing room, then put away the racks, disassembled IV systems, and went to the ICU. There, the patient was cared for by nurses and orderlies from the ICU, but the dressings were performed by the medics of the assigned unit. Jody approached the bed and saw a small, pale elderly woman. Her eyes were closed, and she breathed slowly and deeply. Mrs. Hambley? Jody asked cautiously. The patient opened her eyes and looked at Jody with a faint smile. That's me. And what's your name? Jody, I'm a nurse on your ward. How are you feeling? Fine. I'm here to change your bandages, Jody said. Yes, of course. The elderly woman tried to lift the blanket, but her arms were too weak. Jody gently pulled it away for her. Get some rest, Jody told her. I will do everything by myself. Mrs. Hambley smiled weakly and watched carefully as Jody deftly cut away the old bandage, examined the surgical site, treated it, dried it, and carefully applied a new bandage. Well, that's it, Jody said it cheerfully. Get well. The patient sighed heavily, but immediately smiled. Thanks, honey. Jody was about to write a note about the dressing in the logbook when she heard the anesthesiologist's voice from behind her. Hi, tell Dr. Bachman that Mrs. Hambley has to be taken to your department at 5 o'clock. Is she all right? Asked Jody excitedly. If only, snorted the anesthesiologist. At that moment, he was called, and Jody couldn't find out what was wrong. As a future doctor, Jody was interested in almost every case that passed through her. She couldn't leave the old woman she liked without attention, especially after the anesthesiologist's incomprehensible words. She went to the surgeon on duty for clarification. He was still sitting at his computer, filling out his patients' case histories. Jody relayed the anesthesiologist's words, and then, instead of leaving, she hesitated on the threshold. More questions about patients? Dr. Bachman asked cheerfully. Yeah, Jody replied timidly, if you have time. He glanced at his watch. It's lunchtime. Let's have lunch and discuss your questions. Sitting at the canteen and eating his meal, the doctor asked, Well, what did you want to know? It's about Mrs. Hambley, Jody replied. We're taking her to our department. I mean, supposedly she's fine, but when I asked the doctor in the ICU about it, he reacted strangely. Dr. Bachman sighed. Yes, Mrs. Hambley is a grave case. She is 75 years old. She was brought in an ambulance with a suspected thromboembolism. She was operated on, and part of the clot was removed. But not totally? Asked Jody sadly. The doctor nodded. Tomorrow there will be a consultation with the chief physician to decide how she should be treated. With the chief doctor? Jody asked in surprise. Yes, he's a vascular surgeon, didn't you know? She shook her head negatively. Okay, said the surgeon. If you don't have another question, let's go to work. The shift went on quietly. Mrs. Hambley was placed in a separate ward. She thanked the doctor and the nurse heartily. Jodie thought with excitement that tomorrow there would be a consilium that would decide the fate of this nice elderly woman. Before the end of the day, she visited the elderly woman several times, and although she looked weak and pale, she still had some willpower. Each time she greeted Jodie with a weak smile, and somehow subtly reminded the nurse of her grandmother Mary. In the morning, Jodie's shift was over, and she went to her lessons. She had a cycle in endocrinology. The department was in the same hospital, just a couple of floors down. As she was leaving the ward, she was almost knocked down by a bald man. He had shoe covers on, and a dressing gown was thrown over his shoulders. He was obviously on his way to see one of the patients. Instead of apologising, he looked at Jodie with small piggy eyes, scratched his unshaven chin, and went on his way. Jodie's good mood was immediately spoiled. "Hi," said Alexis, her classmate and friend, greeting her cheerfully. "Why are you so sad? Did your shift go badly?" Alexis herself worked at the same hospital in the gastroenterology department. Jodie smiled. "Hi, no, everything's quiet. No one's even been admitted. But there are some problems with an elderly woman who was hospitalised with a thromboembolism." "Is she in intensive care?" Alexis asked. "That's the thing. No, she's been moved to the ward." "Well, if she's been transferred, it's not that bad. And anyway, Jodie, stop worrying about everyone." The girl smiled sadly. "She looks a little like my grandmother." The friend shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. All grandmothers look like each other. After class, Jodie went to her dormitory. She needed to sleep a little and then sit down to study. But on the way, she really wanted to eat, so she stopped at a small cafe. She ordered some soup and suddenly saw the unpleasant man who had almost knocked her down in the morning was sitting at the next table. There was a rack of clothes between them, and the backs of the chairs were high, but Jodie turned away to make sure he didn't see her. The man, indifferent to his surroundings, spoke softly on the phone. Jodie unintentionally overheard the entire conversation, although she didn't like eavesdropping on others. "It's not like I'm asking you to do anything to her," the man exclaimed into his phone. "Neither you nor I want any marks left behind." Is he talking about dry cleaning? Jodie wondered. The man sighed, seemingly astonished by the incompetence of his conversation partner. "You yourself said her condition was difficult at the moment. Her heart is a bit weak. Just wait a bit. Don't proceed with that procedure." The person on the other end of the line must have objected, as the man impatiently drummed his fingers on the table. "Well, think of something. I'm not the one to teach you. If you recall, I didn't refuse you then, and your case was obviously more complicated than mine." The arguments seemed to work as the bald man leaned back in his chair with relief. "That's good. I knew we'd come to an agreement. Glenn, I'll see you tomorrow," he said, hanging up the phone. The man's order was just brought to him, and he began to eat hurriedly and greedily. Jodie was also served soup, but she couldn't bring herself to take a bite. She tried to convince herself that the overheard conversation could be about anything, but her intuition told her that the bald man was up to no good. What could she do, though? Even if she went to the police and recounted the conversation word for word, it was unlikely anyone would believe her or take any action. With a heavy heart, she went to the dormitory, laid down on her bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Jodie's next shift was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, but in the evening she received a call from the head nurse. "Jodie, can you please help me out?" she asked. "My daughter was urgently called on a business trip for 2 days, and there's no one to take care of my grandchildren. Would you mind filling in for me?" "Okay, Susan," Jodie replied. "Thank you, sweetie. You'll be a big help. I'll call and let them know we've made a change." That day, they had a lecture that ended late, so there was no point in going back to the dormitory. Jodie went straight to work. "Oh, Jodie, you're early as always," the day shift nurses greeted her. A few hours later, Jodie was putting data into the patient's records when suddenly there was the sound of the door opening. She looked up and saw Dr. Bachman and Dr. Glenn Kaufman, the head doctor, entering the office. They didn't notice Jody. "Dr. Kaufman, you're saying that we won't perform any more procedures at all?" Dr. Bachman asked in surprise. The chief doctor sighed wearily, turned to the young surgeon, and trustingly placed his hand on his shoulder. "I'm telling you, we've done everything we can. Taking any drastic measures against her is an unjustified risk. You saw it yourself, her heart is weak. Let's give her a few more maintenance drips today and discharge her tomorrow." Seeing doubts in Dr. Bachman's eyes, Dr. Kaufman added, "Don't worry so much. Mrs. Hambley has already lived her life. She's had enough. Not everyone can be saved, believe me. I'm an experienced doctor, and I've seen many cases like this. Discharge her." Dr. Bachman weakly nodded. The chief doctor smiled with satisfaction and encouragement, then left. Only now did the young surgeon notice Jody. "Oh, Jody, you're on duty again today." The girl weakly nodded. "Did you hear everything?" he asked sadly. "Yes." "That's how it is. Get ready. You're going to be a doctor, and you have to make many tough decisions." "I understand." Throughout her shift, Jody couldn't shake off her thoughts about Mrs. Hambley. Something was not right. After dinner, she put the elderly woman on a drip, and she said to her, "Jody, the doctor came to see me, cheered me up, and said they'll discharge me tomorrow." "Yes, that's true. How are you feeling?" the nurse asked. "Still weak," the patient admitted. "Breathing is difficult, as if something heavy has filled my chest from the inside. But it's all right, I'll manage." The girl bit her lip, nodded, and adjusted the compression stocking on Mrs. Hambley's leg. "Thank you, dear," the elderly woman said. "You've saved me here. When my son-in-law came, I told him the same thing. If not for the doctors and nurses, I wouldn't be here any more." She smiled warmly and continued, "We haven't talked in a long time, even though he's my only relative who's still alive, even if not my blood. My daughter died many years ago, and my husband too. Since then, I haven't seen my son-in-law, but when I fell ill, he immediately rushed over, worried." She smiled, and suddenly everything fell into place for Jody. She lifted her head and saw that the IV drip had finished. She disconnected everything carefully. "Rest," she said, and left. While the girl attended to the other patients, her mind replayed everything she had seen and heard during these days. The bald man who nearly knocked her over at the entrance, the same man talking on the phone with someone named Dr. Kaufman at the cafe, convincing him not to do anything. The conversation between the chief physician and Dr. Bachman, and the order to discharge a critically ill patient. Jody gathered her courage and went to Dr. Bachman again. He was, as usual, filling out medical histories. "What's the matter, Jody?" he asked. "Dr. Bachman, can we talk about Mrs. Hambley?" Jody asked quietly but decisively. "Why are you discharging her?" The doctor sighed. It was clear that he was not pleased with the situation either. "Because a more experienced and senior doctor said so, and not just senior, but the chief physician of the hospital. Orders from the superiors, you know, aren't up for discussion." "But you don't agree with it?" Jody said, looking him straight in the eyes. "I don't know, Jody," the doctor honestly replied. "I suggested trying to dissolve the clot, but the chief didn't support the idea." "Why?" Jody asked. "He says her heart won't withstand it, and she's already running out of time. It's better not to take risks." Jody hurriedly walked to the table and opened Mrs. Hambley's medical history. "But her test results are good. Look, this is from today." She showed the surgeon. "And the electrocardiogram shows normal age-related changes. The echocardiogram is also nothing serious." Dr. Bachman pursed his lips. Jody continued, "And her blood clot isn't that old. We can still try to dissolve it. There's still a chance. What is her prognosis now?" "A couple of weeks," the doctor said dryly. "If she's lucky, a month." Jody looked at him in horror. She still has a chance, she pleaded. Dr. Bachman sighed. What are you suggesting? It's the chief doctor's order. She will be discharged tomorrow. We still have time until tomorrow morning, Jody said, looking at Dr. Bachman decisively. We can perform the operation ourselves. Jody, the surgeon exclaimed. That's not how it's done. Such procedures can only be done in the intensive care unit, under supervision. Emergency medical services sometimes perform them too, Jody reminded him, and the conditions there are even worse than ours, and yet they manage. Dr. Bachman sighed. You're so stubborn. Emergency services only do it when there's no other option, and every second counts, and the outcome is not always favourable. We don't have any other option either, Jody almost shouted. Didn't you think that she's not being discharged for no reason? The surgeon frowned. What do you mean? And Jody told him everything she saw and heard. Dr. Bachman listened silently without interrupting. Yes, the bald, stubby, unpleasant man with small eyes, that's her son-in-law, he confirmed. And he knows the chief doctor. I was called to Dr. Kaufman's office yesterday to report on the condition of Mrs. Hambley. That man was sitting there too. I wonder how he knows the chief, Jody said thoughtfully. The surgeon thought about it. Mrs. Hambley mentioned that her son-in-law holds some very high position in the traffic police or something similar. You know, people gossiped that Dr. Kaufman's son had an accident a few months ago. It seems like someone was even injured there, but he miraculously got rid of the punishment. Jody was surprised. So you're thinking Dr. Kaufman made a deal with him, and now he has to pay back the debt. I wonder why the bald guy wants to get rid of the old lady. The doctor shrugged. Who knows? It could be about inheritance or personal reasons. These are just our speculations, Jody. But you're right, we need to save the elderly lady. Prepare everything for the IV drip, and I'll go get the medication. 30 minutes later, the doctor returned. Together, they went to Mrs. Hambley's ward. Another drip, the elderly woman exclaimed cheerfully. I thought we were done for today. Dr. Bachman smiled warmly. I decided to pamper you once more before you get discharged, but this one will last all night. Seeing the patient's surprise, he added, It's good that they haven't removed the catheter yet. You can sleep. The drip won't bother you, and Jody and I will quietly check on your progress. Thank you, my darlings, the old woman said affectionately, looking at both of them. Jody would never forget that night. She and Dr. Bachman didn't sleep. They couldn't predict how the medication would affect her. Perhaps the blood clot was too old and nothing would happen, leaving Mrs. Hambley with only a few more weeks to live. They risked and essentially committed a crime for nothing. On the other hand, the medication could be too strong, causing bleeding that could also be fatal for the patient. But luck was on their side. By morning, the drip had finished, and Mrs. Hambley continued to sleep peacefully. Her breathing was steady and calm. Before her discharge, I'll take another X-ray to see if the medication worked, the surgeon said. And if it did? Jody asked. How will you explain it to the head doctor or her son-in-law? The doctor smirked. I won't. I simply won't include it in her medical history. My classmate is on duty today. We'll take Mrs. Hambley to the machine, take a look, but we won't write anything down. Only you and I will know the results. Jody gasped. So they will think we're discharging her in the same poor condition. Exactly. Otherwise, we'll face plenty of questions. During the day, while Jody was in class, she received a message from Dr. Bachman. Everything is okay. She smiled happily and put her phone away. Although she tried to focus on her lesson, her thoughts kept drifting back to Mrs. Hambley. How would she feel after being discharged? Did she have anyone to take care of her? She had mentioned that besides her son-in-law, she had no one left. Jody couldn't understand why she was so concerned about a stranger. Jody, focus! Alexis nudged her gently. This topic will be on the exam. Jody nodded and tried to concentrate on her studies. The following month, Jodie didn't have any shifts with Dr. Bachman. She didn't have the opportunity to find out the details of Mrs. Hambley's discharge. And then she became busy with her study and work, so she no longer had time to think about the old woman. Those few weeks that didn't fall on duty, Jodie had to stay with her younger sister. "You still live in our house," stepmother said to her. "There is a room here where your things are, so please help." Of course, Jodie didn't mind being with her younger sister. 4-year-old Molly had just entered that cute age when children are interested in the surrounding world. The days were warm, and the sisters spent most of their time outside. On this day, they were walking past a large supermarket. "Shall we get something to eat and go to the park?" Jodie asked her younger sister. "Peach yogurt in a bun," Molly declared. Jodie smiled. "All right." In the store, they stopped at the shelves with yogurt. Jodie let her sister choose for herself, and the little one, with her childish fickleness, started examining the shelves, trying to decide what would be the most delicious. "Jodie, is that you, my sunshine?" She suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. The girl turned around. It was Mrs. Hambley. The old lady looked quite lively. "I was watching. Is it you or not?" the former patient said. "But then I recognised you by your hair. It's definitely you." "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Hambley. How are you feeling?" Jodie asked. "Just great. Remember, you and the doctor put the drip on me before discharge." "Of course I remember," Jodie cautiously replied. "Well, after that, I immediately felt better, as if that heaviness in my chest had gone. And then at home, Dr. Bachman instructed. I started moving more, walking. Now I feel wonderful." "I'm very glad, Mrs. Hambley," Jodie said. "Is she your daughter?" the elderly woman asked, nodding towards Molly, who was still unable to decide on the yogurt. "Younger sister," Jodie answered. "I'm taking care of her today while our parents are resting. We decided to get something to eat and go to the park." "Are you going to eat in the open air?" the elderly woman exclaimed. "Come to my place instead. It's nearby. Let's have some tea." "Oh, no, it's inconvenient for me," Jodie said. Mrs. Hambley shook her head. "Stop it. I have pies and soup at home. An old friend was supposed to come for a visit, but she fell ill." She sighed sadly, and Jodie suddenly thought that Mrs. Hambley must be very lonely if she invited a barely familiar nurse to her house. "All right," Jodie said, "but the cake is on me," she added quickly. "No objections accepted." "As you wish, Doctor," the elderly woman said with a smile. Mrs. Hambley lived in a 10-minute walk from the supermarket. Seeing her big, beautiful house, Jodie couldn't help but be amazed. "Wow," the girl exclaimed. "It's so huge." The elderly woman smiled as she inserted the key into the lock. "My late husband held a high position, and he built this house. Nowadays this neighbourhood is almost in the centre, but back then we lived on the outskirts. Come in, girls." Inside the house it was quiet. Everything was clean, although it was evident that the wallpaper, furniture and chandeliers had been there for many years. Jodie felt like she had been transported back 40 years, but the house did not look outdated. On the contrary, it seemed as if they had travelled in a time machine to a new and beautiful house from a classic movie. "You have a stunning house," Jodie said. "Just like in the movies," Molly added, echoing her older sister's thoughts. Mrs. Hambley laughed. "Thank you, girls. Let's have lunch and I'll show you around the house." She cooked amazingly. The sisters appreciated both the soup and the pies. After having lunch, Molly went to the living room to start examining the numerous figurines on the fireplace, with the hostess's permission. Jodie and her former patient sat with tea in a cosy armchair in front of a coffee table to talk peacefully and keep an eye on Molly. "Thank you, Jodie," Mrs. Hambley suddenly said. "For what?" the girl asked, surprised. "I should be the one thanking you for inviting us and treating us so well." The elderly woman smiled. "I am old, sick and lonely, and I have had almost no friends or loved ones for many years. I spend almost all my time alone. While I was in the hospital, I talked to more people in a few days than in the past 10 years. "I'm very sorry," Jody said. "There is no need to be sorry. Loneliness is almost an inevitable companion in old age. I'm used to living like this, but it's nice when people like you. Jody, come into my life. You are a good and kind girl. I'm glad that you and your little sister spent these few hours with me." Jody slightly bit her lower lip, something she always did when she was unsure, but then she said, "If you like, I can come to visit you sometimes." "That would be great." Mrs. Hambley smiled. "Come by any time, alone or with your little sister. I will always be happy to see you." And so Jody gained a new friend. Despite the half-century age difference, she and Mrs. Hambley had plenty to talk about. It turned out that the old woman had led an interesting and eventful life, albeit with some tragic moments. "I was born after the war," she began to tell Jody, "in a small village many thousands of kilometres from here. There were 7 of us in the family. I was the oldest, and all the others were my brothers." "It must have been nice to be the only girl in the family?" Jody asked. The old woman smiled. "Actually, not really. Maybe if I had been the youngest, it would have been different. But since I was the oldest, all I did was help my mother, do laundry, cook, work in the garden, looking after my brothers. Maternity leave didn't exist in those days. My mother barely had time to recover from giving birth before she had to go back to work." "Wow," Jody was only able to say. "How did you manage with all of that?" After that, her own childhood didn't seem as difficult for her as she sometimes thought. "I just don't know that things could be different," said Mrs. Hambley. "Everyone lived like that back then. But I knew that I didn't want to live like that. My father decided everything for me, found me a groom from our village, and even made a list of dowries he would give me. A pig, a dozen chickens and a calf. The groom's parents were willing to give him a horse, a young cow, and a duck with a drake, so the marriage promised to be profitable." She sadly smiled as if remembering something. "But I absolutely didn't like the groom. He was like an ordinary village boy, healthy and hard-working, but there was always something repulsive about him to me, like how he constantly got into fights for no reason, mostly with those weaker than him. He could kick a dog that had the misfortune of being in his way. And, most importantly, how he looked at me as if I were his property, even though we never even talked. There was only an agreement between our parents." "What did you do?" Jody asked. "I ran away," said Mrs. Hambley. "It was 3 kilometres through the forest from our village to the train station. The train stopped there twice a week, exactly at midnight, going to the capital. The train only stopped for 2 minutes. And imagine, me, an 18-year-old, the night before, I hid a small bag in the shed. In the bag there was a bottle of milk, a loaf of bread, and a spare pair of warm socks. I waited until my parents went to bed and sneaked out of the house. And then I ran through the forest at night. It was scary. I was afraid of losing my way, afraid of running into a wolf or a bear, afraid of being late, or that my parents would catch up to me." "You were so brave." "No, oh no, my dear. I was trembling like a hare, but apparently fate was in my favour. I arrived at the station just as the train stopped. I gathered the last of my strength and made my way to the last carriage. It was a compartment carriage, and everyone was already asleep. I opened the first available compartment, and it seemed like no one was there. I climbed onto the bunk, covered myself with a blanket, and immediately fell asleep. I woke up in the morning when someone gently touched my shoulder. I immediately remembered where I was and realised that the conductor had found me, and then they would either kick me off at the nearest station or, worse, hand me over to the police or my parents. Or both. But it turned out that it wasn't the conductor. A young guy, maybe a couple of years older than me, was looking at me with surprise. "What are you doing here?" he asked me. "I'm going to the capital," I replied. "Oh, really? And why in my compartment?" I shrugged my shoulders. "Well, you're alone here anyway. Is a seat that precious to you?" "So, you don't have a ticket?" he asked. That's when I realised that he would report me, and I started to cry. But he seemed scared. "Why are you crying right away?" he said. "I'm not going to tell the conductor about you. I don't mind. And besides, I bought you some tea. Are you hungry?" I climbed down and took out my bag. I had bread and milk, and he had a lot of food that his parents packed for him. "So he didn't report you?" Jodie asked with a smile. Mrs. Hambley shook her head. "No, we got to know each other. We talked. It turned out that he was born and raised in a town that was a 2-hour train ride from my village, and now he studies in the capital. He was visiting his parents. I briefly told him about myself and said that I was going to apply to a theatre school." "Where are you going to live?" he asked. "In a dormitory." "And if you don't get accepted?" "I will get accepted." "You're an adventure girl, and you have too few things to move to the capital," said the guy. "I don't like to take unnecessary things with me," I told him. In the end, he gave me the address of his dormitory and said I could always turn to him if I needed help. "Were you really going to become an actress?" Jodie asked. "Oh, I went everywhere I could just to get a place to stay in the dormitory. But as I said, fate favoured me. In general, the director who urgently needed a girl of typical appearance for his theatre was an examiner in acting class. He saw me and said that I was what he needed. Don't look at me like this. I used to be beautiful at 18. Mrs. Hambley smiled and handed Jodie an old black-and-white photograph. It showed a smiling girl with huge eyes, long eyelashes, a slightly upturned nose, slightly plump lips, and a thick, light braid draped over her shoulder. "Yes, you are very beautiful," Jodie said, smiling as she examined the photograph. After my admission, I went to the cafeteria and asked the woman there if she needed an assistant. "I can wash all the dishes or floors for you. Just give me something to eat." She turned out to be a kind woman. She fed and let me stay with her until I was given a place in the dormitory, and so gradually life began to improve. "But how?" Jodie asked. "You were alone in a strange city, without money and belongings." The elderly woman smiled. "Oh, my dear, we could talk about that for a whole week. But do we need to? I won't say that it was easy for me. Maybe I managed because I was young, had a lot of energy, and had nowhere to retreat. I was even afraid to imagine what my parents would do to me if I went back. Well, and of course, the prospect of marriage was also scary. In the capital, although it was difficult, I always lived with hope for the future. And kind people helped. My roommates, who were also girls from the village or backwoods town, shared what they could, including food and clothing. Sometimes the teachers would give me some extra work. Of course, officially it was all forbidden, but people still wanted someone to sing or dance at a wedding or anniversary, so we lived." "Wait," Jodie said. "Did you meet that man traveller of yours from the train again?" Mrs. Hambley smiled cunningly and said, "Of course, but not right away. First I settled in the new place, got used to studying, and got to know the city a little. Then I borrowed a dress and shoes from my friend and went to visit. I caught some guy near his dormitory and asked him to tell Paul from room 20 that his stowaway travel companion was waiting for him." "Wow, did he come out?" "He came out in a minute. I still remember it. He said he couldn't believe that I would actually come." "And what happened next?" "He invited me in for tea. It turned out that he was studying at a very prestigious department, something between political science, sociology and management. If we put it in modern terms, Paul was so enthusiastic about all of this. He believed that he could help people. He had an amazingly bright mind and a good memory, and Paul could analyze information like no one else. He could easily explain the most complicated things to me. For 2 months we just talked, visited each other, went for walks, and then he asked me to be his girlfriend. Of course I agreed. A month later, Paul gathered the courage and proposed to me. I agreed again." "What was your wedding like?" Jodie asked. The elderly woman smiled. "I wore the most beautiful dress that I could find in the dormitory. We invited my friends and Paul's friends. We took photos near the registry office, and then we all had a party in the canteen. But the most important thing was, as newlyweds, we were located a separate room in the dormitory, and that's how our married life began. I won't dwell on it for too long because the first few years were difficult. It may sound pompous, but love helped me not to notice all of that. It also helped that we were both passionately in love with the work we were doing. I was willing to spend several days and nights at the theatre, and he had his meetings and business trips. We didn't see each other very frequently, but that only made our love stronger." Mrs. Hambley suddenly fell silent. Jodie suddenly thought that she was probably tired of talking so much. "Maybe next time you will tell me the rest," she gently offered. "I have already tired you." Mrs. Hambley laughed. "It is me who tired you with my century-old stories." "No, not at all. But you're right. Let me tell you the rest next time." A couple of days later, Jodie's shift finally coincided with Dr. Bachman. "Oh, student," he greeted her happily as he entered the post. "Good day," Jodie smiled. "How are you?" "Fine as always. I want to sleep and eat." "Nothing new," Jodie smiled. Jodie cautiously looked into the corridor and, making sure no one was there, quietly asked the surgeon, "Do you remember Mrs. Hambley?" "I remember," the doctor immediately replied seriously. "What about her?" "Everything is fine." Jodie hurried to reassure him. "I've just met her recently. She looks great and feels well." "Really?" he asked. "Yes." He sighed with relief, closed his eyes and blissfully smiled. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Jodie. "So it was all worth it, right?" Jodie smiled in response. "It was worth it." The doctor nodded. "It's all because of you. You did an impressive job saving the elderly lady." "Oh, come on, Dr. Bachman. Nothing would have worked without you." "All right, let's agree that we acted together, but we shouldn't do it again." Jodie smiled. "If you happen to see Mrs. Hambley again, say hello. She's a lovely old lady." "Definitely." Jodie passed on the doctor's message during her next visit. "Oh, thank you so much," the elderly lady said joyfully. "May God bless him with good health. He's so young and handsome. Clearly he works all the time, probably not married." "I don't know," Jodie replied, "but it seems not." "Keep an eye on him," Mrs. Hambley slyly said. "He's a good guy." Jodie blushed. "You promised to continue the story?" She changed the subject. "Oh, right," the elderly lady replied. "Where did we stop?" "You were telling about how you and Paul lived in the dormitory, how you had worked a lot and didn't see each other often," Jodie reminded her. "Yes, I remember now. In short, after a few years, everything worked out for us. My husband's career was going up. He gradually built this house. When we moved here, we decided that we could think about having a child. A year later, our daughter Lauren was born. How happy we were." Mrs. Hambley fell silent, and Jodie saw a small tear rolling down the old lady's wrinkled cheek. She quickly wiped it away with her sleeve and continued. "I left the theatre for a couple of years. It turned out that being a mother is no less fascinating than being an actress. I constantly thought about how my husband and I could create something so beautiful. Lauren looked like a little porcelain doll. Huge blue eyes, white skin, black curly hair. I dressed her up like a doll. We couldn't refuse her anything. And perhaps that's why Lauren grew up a bit spoiled. It was impossible not to grow up like that, when your parents called you a princess and considered you their personal deity. Unfortunately, we saw the consequences of our upbringing too late." Mrs. Hambley paused again. "Would you like some water?" Jodie offered. "Yes, dear, please." A few minutes later, the elderly woman was ready to continue. "Lauren's teenage years were difficult. It was a hard time of world economic crisis. They stopped paying me at the theatre. Paul, too, with his values and honesty, was not needed by anyone. In general, we were struggling as best we could at that time and didn't pay enough attention to Lauren. We didn't notice that she'd gotten involved with bad young people, disappeared somewhere at night, argued with us and didn't tell us anything about herself. My husband and we were losing our daughter, but no matter what we did, it only got worse. And then everything changed. Lauren came home and announced to us that she was getting married. She promised to introduce us to her fiancé soon. And it was Bill. Maybe you've seen him. Yes, Jody said, without specifying under what circumstances she had seen him. Honestly, my husband and I were very surprised. It was strange that they could have something in common, but then Lauren explained how they met. She was speeding and Bill stopped her. Yeah, I still don't understand how Bill managed to win our daughter's heart so quickly. But they got married quickly, several months passed after they met. We thought our daughter had finally come to her senses. She became a model wife and homemaker. But over time, we started to notice that Lauren didn't look happy at all. We started asking her what was wrong, but she always answered that everything was fine. And then one night, she left the house, got into her husband's car, and drove somewhere. It was raining that day, the road was slippery, and the car flipped over several times. Oh, Jody said softly. She died on the spot. Paul and I couldn't believe it for a long time. We asked Bill what happened, and he said they had a fight. She ran out of the house and left. After that, my husband and I felt like our lives had lost meaning, and Paul never recovered from the death of our daughter. He passed away 5 years later. I'm sorry, Jody said. The elderly woman nodded. In general, there's nothing else to add. Jody gently took her hand, and Mrs. Hambley replied to this gesture. Thank you, dear. You're a very kind girl. Then Jody decided to ask her what had been bothering her for a long time. Do you still communicate with your son-in-law? Mrs. Hambley shrugged. In the beginning, after Lauren's death, we communicated, but then less and less. Then he helped me with Paul's funeral. I remember I told him, Bill, you're now my only close person and heir. After that, he started calling and visiting me occasionally, but not often. Of course, I can't blame him for that. He has a high position. After this conversation, Jody and Mrs. Hambley seemed to become like family to each other. The girl now regularly visited the elderly woman, brought groceries, and stayed overnight. While some aspects of her life and certain moments became clearer, others became even stranger. For example, Jody became more convinced that Mrs. Hambley's son-in-law had specific motives for wishing harm to her, and Jody feared for the old woman's life and health. However, her son-in-law never appeared in her presence. Perhaps he's biding his time, Jody said to Dr. Bachman. She told him everything she had learned. They were on duty together again, and now they were having dinner. Well, it seems like you're going a bit overboard with fulfilling your medical duty, the doctor sighed. I can't abandon her, Jody said. The surgeon sighed again. Yes, I've already understood that. But what are you going to do? If this son-in-law has even pressured the chief doctor, what can we do to counter him? I don't know, Jody replied. I hope he at least won't intentionally harm her. I think he won't. Maybe we should somehow warn Mrs. Hambley about a possible attack? Jody sighed. I've thought about it, but what evidence do we have? She has known her son-in-law for many years, while she has known me for only a few months. And what can she do? For example, not transfer her house to him, the doctor suggested. But what if it's not just about benefit? What if he simply hates her? And this story about Lauren's death also seems suspicious to me. Do you think he sent his own wife to the other world? I don't know, Jody honestly admitted. It turns out that we lack evidence for accusations, even to convince Mrs. Hambley herself. Then an idea came to Jody's mind. Maybe you could somehow visit her with me, talk to her. I think she might listen to you. The doctor raised his eyebrows. Why would she listen to me just because I'm a doctor? Yes, she always asks about you and speaks highly of you, Jody said. Dr. Bachman smiled. It's nice that she values my medical skills so highly, but I doubt my authority in her eyes extends to other aspects of life. I don't think I can go to her house and say, "Your son-in-law wanted to send you to the other world." She'll respond, "Of course, Dr. Bachman, I totally believe you." Jodie felt embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I'm just scared to think that I know Mrs. Hambley is in danger, that she narrowly escaped death, but perhaps she is still in danger." Dr. Bachman sighed. "Jodie, are you trying to play on my conscience?" In the end, they agreed that Jodie would visit Mrs. Hambley more often and keep an eye on her. 3 weeks passed after this conversation. Jodie was already approaching the dormitory when her phone rang. "Yes, Dr. Bachman," she answered with some surprise. "Are you far from the hospital?" he asked. "About 10 minutes away. Why?" "Let's meet at the hospital cafe in about 15 minutes. It's very important." "All right," Jodie replied. "I'll be there." "Great, and Jodie, please order mushroom soup with croutons and a beef à la française for me. I just finished my shift." Then Dr. Bachman approached just as the waitress was placing the plates of food. "Hello, Jodie." The doctor greeted her without wasting time, started eating. The girl understood that he didn't intend to talk to her anytime soon. Shrugging, she also began to eat. "I love this mushroom soup," Dr. Bachman said, leaning back against the high backrest with pleasure. "The best in town." "I'll definitely try it next time," Jodie said. "But you didn't invite me here for the soup, did you?" "Maybe I missed you," the doctor smiled, seeing that the girl was looking at him seriously. Then he continued in an entirely different tone. "It seems we have evidence now." "What?" Jodie leaned towards him. "Tell me!" The doctor sighed and looked around. At that moment there was no one else in the cafe besides them. "Well, today the head of the department sent me to the chief physician. I had to deliver several medical documents for review. Usually the secretary sits with the chief, but I guess she was at lunch. I wanted to knock, but then I noticed that the door was ajar and heard familiar voices coming from inside. The first person, as you can guess, was our esteemed Dr. Kaufman, and the second," the doctor paused appropriately, "Mrs. Hambley's son-in-law." "And?" Jodie's voice trembled with excitement. "What happened next?" "And then I realized I should turn on the voice recorder on my phone, and I didn't regret it." "What were they talking about?" "Well, if I were to summarize the gist, the son-in-law asked Dr. Kaufman why he told him that his mother-in-law only had a month left, but she's still lively and cheerful. The chief replied that you can't predict everything down to the minute and added, 'Well, don't worry, your old lady will die any day now. The body's compensatory reserve is not infinite.'" Oh my goodness. Yes, to that Mrs. Hambley's son-in-law replied that when he had been asked to cover up the consequences of Dr. Kaufman's son's accident, he organized everything properly and in a short time. "And how did it end?" Jodie asked. "I don't know. I heard footsteps and barely had time to move away from the door." "Did they notice you?" "No, the secretary returned from lunch. I pretended I had just come in. She said Dr. Kaufman was busy. I left the documents with her and left myself." "Dr. Bachman," Jodie exclaimed, "why are we sitting here? Let's go to Mrs. Hambley's place." Without giving the doctor a chance to react, she dialed Mrs. Hambley's number. She didn't mind Jodie's visit and was even more delighted to hear that she would be with the doctor. "Oh, my dears," the elderly lady said excitedly. "What a surprise you've arranged for me. Fortunately, there's something to have with tea." "Don't worry, we just ate," Dr. Bachman said. He clearly felt uncomfortable. "We're here on business," Jodie said. Mrs. Hambley raised her eyebrows. What happened? There was a slight pause. None of them dared to start. Finally, Dr. Bachman spoke up. "Mrs. Hambley, Jodie and I have some suspicions regarding your son-in-law." "Bill?" she asked, surprised. "Yes, let's sit down," he said. They all sat in the living room, and Dr. Bachman and Jodie cautiously and orderly recounted all the events they had witnessed. In the end, the doctor played the audio recording he had made outside the chief physician's office. Throughout the whole time, Jodie was afraid that their former patient would feel unwell. But surprisingly, the elderly woman remained quite spirited throughout the entire telling, not interrupting, and only pressing her lips together more tightly. "Yes, my dears," she said after all, "you surprised me. I thought you saved my life once, but it turns out you're like guardian angels, protecting me even outside the hospital." The doctor and nurse went silent, exchanging glances. "Perhaps you are surprised that I am reacting so calmly," the old woman continued, "but deep down I always suspected Bill. Even when Lauren first brought him to meet us, it was clear that there was something dark about him." "Mrs. Hambley," Jodie said cautiously, "now we need to come up with a way to keep you safe." Mrs. Hambley nodded. "I am safe, don't worry," she said, glancing at the clock. "We have 5 minutes left. Hide behind that door and turn on your cameras." "Why?" Jodie didn't understand. "My son-in-law will come to visit me in 5 minutes," Mrs. Hambley calmly explained. "Well, how are you feeling?" Bill asked cheerfully as he crossed the threshold. Mrs. Hambley sighed. "Oh, Bill, I don't even know what to say to you." He frowned. "Speak the truth." "To be honest, not very well," the woman replied. "I felt fine when I was discharged from the hospital, as if I hadn't been sick at all, but now it feels like some kind of relapse has occurred." Slowly, she walked to the kitchen and started making tea. Bill rushed to her and helped. "Bill, please put everything on the tray and take it to the living room," the old woman said. "The chairs there are more comfortable for me." Bill placed the cups, sugar bowl, milk jug, vases of candies and cookies on the tray and carried everything to the living room. Then he returned for Mrs. Hambley and helped her walk. With visible effort, she sat down in the chair and leaned back. "So, how is your health?" Bill asked again. "Oh, Bill, weakness comes over me, as you can see. I can barely walk, and I have trouble breathing, especially at night. Sometimes my heart beats so fast, as if it's about to jump out of my chest. But there is also a heaviness in my chest, and I feel it increasing every day." The son-in-law sympathetically took her hand. "Should I take you to the hospital tomorrow?" The elderly woman waved her hand. "What's the use when I was discharged? The doctors told me that they did everything they could. Even the chief doctor came to check." Bill vigorously nodded. "Yes, if the chief doctor said so." The woman sighed heavily again. "Well, I can feel it myself," she said. "I feel like death is lurking nearby." "Mrs. Hambley, don't say that." "Oh, come on, Bill, I've lived my life, and lately I've been thinking about Lauren more and more." Bill frowned. "What about Lauren?" "I keep thinking, how did we all lose her? Me, Paul, and you. How did we not see that something was wrong with Lauren?" "No one's to blame. It was an accident," Bill replied. It was clear that talking about his deceased wife didn't bring him any pleasure, but the woman continued as if she didn't notice. "Bill, tell me now, what was it that caused you two to fight back then? That she ran away from home in the middle of the night, so that I can find peace before I die?" The son-in-law darkened. "I don't remember. It's been so many years. It was usually something trivial. You remember how headstrong she was?" "I remember, Bill. I remember everything." They were silent for a few seconds. "You know," the elderly woman said, "I always wondered why you've been bothering with me all these years. So many years have passed since Lauren's death, and you still call and visit me. Especially after I got sick. You started to worry." Bill frowned again. "What are you implying?" She shrugged. "Is there something I can imply?" He stood up and nervously wandered around the room, saying, "Mrs. Hambley, are you in your right mind? I am visiting you out of kindness, you could say, out of pity. You have no one else but me." He almost shouted the last sentence. "Well, I don't know any more, Bill, whether I've lost my mind or not. I've been living for the past few years without seeing or hearing much from you. But when I ended up in the hospital, you started visiting, and then suddenly the head doctor took an interest in me, a simple pensioner. Why all of a sudden?" "How should I know? Out of kindness," the son-in-law sarcastically replied through his teeth. "Maybe, But here's a strange coincidence. This doctor has a son who recently had an accident, and everyone was convinced that he was to blame. It appears that he got behind the wheel while drunk. However, he faced no consequences for it. Bill was terrifying to look at. He was all red from the top of his bald head to his neck. The vein on his right temple pulsated fiercely. And then this head doctor says that he can no longer help me, the woman continued calmly, and he forces the doctor to discharge me the very next day. Enough, Bill shouted. Why are you still alive? Mrs. Hambley turned pale but said, Don't worry, I don't have much time left. Just tell me one thing before I go. Are you responsible for Lauren's death? No, it wasn't me, he exclaimed. She ran away from me because she couldn't bear living with me anymore, because she never loved me. On the contrary, she hated me more and more every day, but I loved her. Then why did she marry you? The elderly woman asked in astonishment. Because I saved her from prison. She was driving under the influence. I tried to stop her, but she hit me with the car. She immediately stopped and got out of the car, shaking me. She took me to the hospital. As soon as I saw her, I fell in love, and I said, Either you'll go to prison for a long time, or marry me. Mrs. Hambley pressed her palms to her mouth, holding back tears. My poor foolish girl, she whispered quietly. Bill seemed to no longer hear her. I did everything to make her happy. I was willing to climb over heads at work to rise higher. I bribed and blackmailed, all to have enough money for us. She didn't have to work. I gave her as much money as she wanted. For a while, it even seemed like everything was good between us. But then we started arguing constantly. That day, we argued until late at night. She shouted that she would rather have been in prison than married to me, and as she ran out onto the street, got in the car and drove away. Tears rolled down Mrs. Hambley's cheeks. My poor little foolish girl, she repeated. Thanks to you, I really needed a house, Bill continued. It's big, worth a lot, and located in the city centre. And you've already lived your life. If you don't intend to die, then I'll help you. That won't happen. Suddenly a male voice came from somewhere. Bill froze in place. A tall young man and a red-haired girl emerged from under a mound. Both of their faces seemed vaguely familiar to him. You won't harm anyone else, the girl said dryly. She had a phone in her hands, and she was clearly recording him. Who are you? Bill shouted. My saviours, Mrs. Hambley replied in a calm, firm voice. She straightened up and now looked entirely different from the dying old woman she appeared to be just a couple of minutes ago. All of you, Bill muttered, backing towards the door. You can't prove anything. He was in such shock that he didn't even hear approaching sirens. As soon as they went out the door, he was immediately seized by the police. A month later, Jody and Dr. Bachman came to visit Mrs. Hambley. Just don't cook anything, the girl warned the hostess. Dr. Bachman and I will bring everything. Of course, the elderly woman did not listen to them, and 2 ruddy pies were waiting for hungry medical workers, one with chicken and the second with cherries. Oh, Mrs. Hambley, Dr. Bachman drawled in frustration. We've asked you not to fuss. Dr. Bachman, you asked me to move more, so I try not to sit still, the former patient replied cunningly. They sat down to drink tea, and Mrs. Hambley did not ask anything until the doctor and the doctor-to-be had eaten. What news do you have? Jody asked. Yes, so far everything is the same, Mrs. Hambley replied. Bill is being interrogated. The investigator said that the episodes about me and the chief doctor can be considered proven, but now they're spinning a whole network through him. There are such schemes. He says that he has been suspected for a long time, but still not been caught, and now you guys have brought him out into the open. Do not diminish your merits, Dr. Bachman said. How did you play the dying woman? It was gorgeous. Mrs. Hambley modestly shrugged her shoulders. Well, I am an ex-actress after all. Okay, what news do you have? Our chief doctor has been arrested, Dr. Bachman said. I think there is no need to explain the reason. And most likely, as with your son-in-law, there will also be a whole network of crimes. Wow, Mrs. Hambley exclaimed. Has the new chief physician been appointed yet? No, Dr. Bachman shook his head and said, so far only the acting one. Most likely they will decide after the investigation is over. Otherwise, what if he were also involved in this scheme? Jody explained cheerfully, taking another piece of cake. This will be awkward. Mrs. Hambley suddenly laughed. Well, we're a strange gang, she said cheerfully. A half-dead granny, a doctor and a student. Dr. Beckman and Jody laughed. Mrs. Hambley, don't say that. You'll outlive us all yet, said the doctor. The elderly woman smiled. Since you and Jody appeared in my life, I really wanted to live. Jody smiled and looked at Dr. Bachman. He gave her the same warm smile. By the way, we brought champagne, Dr. Bachman suddenly said. To celebrate such events, as a doctor, I give you a little permission today. So they sat until late in the evening. 3 people who just a few months ago were almost unrelated to each other have now become the closest people.